morning, everyone. Would you please take your seats? Yeah, still have to figure out the lights here. Good morning, everyone. And I bet Francesco is around the corner and will be here in a second. But we should start on time because we have a long day ahead, 5 plenary sessions, and we need to finish on time because we will have this really interesting excursion tonight, this trip to the power plant. Good morning, Francesco.
Good morning.
Let's sit down together then and talk about the program of today. What will be your favorite part of today's program?
The coffee break.
Okay, so Francesco is having his coffee break right now, as you can see. I hope every one of you has your coffee also. And we will learn lots of interesting things today, lots of interesting debates, brilliant speakers, as usual, really. Very much looking forward to this. We will start with a panel on migration, actually, which is one of the major issues in climate change, because migration has already started in many parts of the world, and it is certainly a problem here in Europe, but it's most certainly a problem elsewhere, much more challenging even elsewhere. Then we will talk about how the Middle East transits from fossil fuel dominated economy to be a leader of renewable. There's a question mark. Can the Middle East be a leader on renewable? Really interested in that one. And we will have even more exciting plenaries after lunch, the post-GDP and EBITDA world. Will we actually have finally, after decades of discussions, really, and you as an economist know probably a lot about that, more than I do about that, will we have finally different measurements of growth and well-being, or I don't know about that debate, how far it has gotten, and then we'll be more practical, intelligent infrastructure, which is something that, keeps us busy every day, really, thinking about our infrastructure. And in the end, final panel will be on a potential reform of the Bretton Woods agreements. Francesco, anything that you might to add, or should we just...
Just one thing, 2 things. Number one, it's a recommendation to the problem-solving groups. We really badly need 2, 1, 3 ideas from each problem-solving group. Which problem-solving group were you attending, Alessandra?
The one on democracy.
The one on democracy. How did it go?
It wasn't. We couldn't finish.
Well, okay, let's finish.
We didn't solve the democracy problem.
Which is understandable. It is understandable, but let's try to have a couple of ideas, 1 page, very actionable, clear, no, visionary, pragmatic, radical, if possible. Well, radical is almost a necessity. Given the state of the situation here. Number 2, we have very many great journalists here, no? And so there are very many stories here, many very interesting people, interesting technologies. So I really hope that we will have a voice, because this is a battle, let's say. It's a battle, how the Economist motto says, Jan, it's a battle between intelligence that push forward and a timid ignorance that prevents us to save ourselves from climate change, something like that. It is that sort. Yeah, exactly. So thank you very much. Let's go to the back to Mare Nostrum session.
Exactly, and Joseph Hammond will chair the session, and Please, Joseph, I can't really see where. Okay. Yeah, feel free to come on stage and introduce your panelists.
Good morning, everyone. This is really, they were talking about what is going to be the most exciting or fun part of the day. This will be the most memorable panel of the day. I guarantee that. Why? Because you've all had your coffee and I hope are awake. So later in the day, maybe not so awake, not paying as much attention. All right, really great panel we have for you. On back to Mare Nostrum, back to RC. I think Latin was never my strong suit, but climate change and migration, looking at the role between the northern Mediterranean and the southern Mediterranean, between Africa and Europe, crossing those divides are immigrants every day, and hopefully solutions, ideas we discussed here to that problem of, related to climate migration and the climate challenges that Africa is facing. So now, we've had some changes to the attendees, most notably Sam Samoana, the former vice president of Sierra Leone, injured his shoulder a few days ago and was not able to travel, actually I think just like yesterday, and missed his flight as a result of having to seek medical treatment. We wish him a speedy recovery. However, we're going to have a great panel, and another panelist will be joining us remotely from Sudan. My guys in the back, we're good to go, I hope, with the lady who will be joining us via Zoom. But we do have people as well here in the room. I will call up our panelists right now. Mr. Sabelo Mbokazi, I hope I didn't slaughter that too bad. My friend from South Africa, working with the African Union, the head of labor, employment, migration, leading the policy initiative on migration and climate change at the African Union in Addis Ababa. It's a very beautiful building. I was there twice this year. Really one of the great headquarters for intergovernmental organizations, and before that he was with IOM as well. So really the perfect person to be talking about this issue of climate change. And then Francois Gémenet, I don't know if that, I know that he's, perfect, there we go, all right. Anywhere is fine. And I want to remind the panelists, I've been told by the gentleman in the back to have the microphone very, very close to your face, so that we can hear you. And do we have Rosella joining us from? Yeah.
Actually, I do have to apologize on behalf of Rosella.
Oh, she won't be.
She has been caught in a meeting.
Oh no.
And I'm here actually to substitute her.
Oh, okay. Well, then please join us up here and introduce yourself, mystery man. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I send the apologies of our president, Ms. Rosella Micho. She's in Sudan right now. Was not expected to be in Sudan, actually. But she's been called there to meet the vice president. And they even moved the meeting that was supposed to be in the afternoon, but this morning they moved to 10 o'clock. So unfortunately, she was not able to join, but I was already here with her, and I prepared the session with her. So she asked me to step in her shoes, which is not easy shoes to fill, but I really hope I will be able to stay at the level that this incredible panel will deliver to you today. So thank you very much, everyone, and again, apologize.
All right, Mr. Mbokazi from the African Union, why don't you start us off with your opening remarks on this topic and how you see this issue?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and greetings to the colleagues and to the audience. First of all, I would like to thank you for engaging and inviting in this very important meeting the African Union. And the African Union also has identified, like everybody else, some key priorities in order to be able to respond to the issues related to climate change. But in particular, there are initiatives around dealing and addressing issues related to migration and climate change. So thank you for the intro. I come from African Union in a directorate, or let's say a department responsible for social development. That's where migration and other related policy issues is domiciled. So recently in 2021, in response to migration and climate change and the effects of climate change, and in relation to climate-induced mobility, we initiated and launched a very strong partnership that is going to take forward the work of migration and climate change. The partnership is called Africa Climate Mobility Initiative. We usually call it ACMI. We don't say ACME, because ACME is a terrorist group in the Sahel region. So I will be, Mr. Moderator, I'll be talking about ACMI. Yes. Thank you for having us here.
Excellent. And Francois, since you're sitting next to him, just pass the microphone right there. Why don't you say a few opening remarks?
Yes. Thank you. Well, thanks a lot for having me on the panel. I should start by saying that it is extremely important when we discuss about climate change and migration to reconcile the perceptions that we often have in the West about climate-induced migration and the actual empirical realities on the field in Africa, of course, but also in South and Southeast Asia, where this phenomenon is most prominent. And in particular, I think there are three key misconceptions that I would like to highlight today. The first one is the misconception that we would be talking about a future risk that we can still avoid if we mitigate greenhouse gas sufficiently. And of course, the mitigation of greenhouse gas remains a top priority, but we also need to realize that as of today, climate change and the disasters associated with climate change are amongst the leading drivers of migration and displacement worldwide. In the year 2022, there were 32 million displacements as a result of climate disasters. So this is a phenomenon that requires urgent and pressing policy responses right now. This is not just something that we can float around as a future risk. The second misconception is that we often imagine that we're dealing with a separate, discrete category of migration that would be completely different from the global migration dynamics. As if you had, on the one side, climate factors, and on the other side, economic, political, or cultural factors of migration. We need to recognize that the impacts of climate change and environmental disruption will also affect the other drivers of migration. As an effect right now on the political, economic, and cultural drivers of migration. And therefore, we're not talking about a new category of migration that would be brought upon by climate change. And as a matter of fact, throughout history, migration has always been related to environmental conditions. So we're not talking about a new discrete category, but we're talking about an increasingly important factor in global migration dynamics. And I think this is extremely important. The third misconception that I think needs to be addressed is the fact that we consistently present such migration displacement as a threat. We talk about a migration flows that would become out of control, that would submerge Europe, whatever. We need to realize that this rhetoric is, as a matter of fact, deeply xenophobic. And that I think there is a real problem in presenting migration consistently as a threat that would submerge us eventually. And of course, I understand the reasons for that. Very often in the climate discourse, migration and displacement has been presented as the #1 human consequence of climate change and as a way to convince governments and corporations to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. To put it bluntly, the message was, you'd better reduce your emissions because if you don't do so, then you're going to be flooded with millions of migrants and asylum seekers coming from Africa and Asia. We need to recognize that this kind of rhetoric is playing with the fears of the population and is likely to be detrimental to the interest of those who are migrating today. And of course, I'm not saying that the intention was to be xenophobic or to support a xenophobic agenda, but as we know, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So these are the three misconceptions that I think needs to be addressed.
I wouldn't know. I always fly to hell, but no. I think you raised a lot of really good points there, and I think your point about the intersection between not just looking at climate change. Independent of other things that are going on in societies, and that really leads me to my colleague from Emergency, who's your head right now is in Sudan, where I think we see a lot of these factors playing out. Right, the war in Sudan is one of the most brutal conflicts in the world today. Khartoum is one of the world's largest cities. There has not been a mega city of Khartoum size at the heart of the conflict since the U.S. invaded Baghdad. And we're seeing a level of destruction there that is really unprecedented other than in Ukraine, but it has a fraction of the media attention vis-a-vis Ukraine. And climate factors are a big thing. I think about the fact that this takes place as Ethiopia is filling up the Gerd Dam, and a lot of climate issues are driving other factors in the Sudanese economy. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on that and kind of your opening statement as well as we start to unpack some of this. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone, once again. I'm Jacopo Tomasini and I work in Emergency. I'm advocacy manager for health and development. And with the ones of you who are familiar with Emergency, we are a health organization who deals with the health of people, whether they are in countries which can be considered departure countries, in countries which can be considered transit countries, as well in countries that can be considered destinations country, like Italy, for example. So we do work with health, but we are very much in a position of witnessing directly what are the consequences of being on the move. And has been already said before, it's something not smart, not open enough to consider single categories, to consider factors as they are by themselves. The WHO, the World Health Organization, has stated that climate change is, as of today, the single biggest threat to human health. And they project from 2030 to 2050 250,000 more deaths per year because of direct effects of climate change on the people. And these will translate in an economic loss for the health sector that goes somewhere beyond $2 and $4 billion a year. And of course, in countries which are more fragile, which are dealing with multi kind of crisis, different layers of crisis, can be war, together with extreme effect of the climate change and so on. Of course, they will be hit the most because they already have fragile health systems. And of course, everything has to be put in the same picture with an holistic view of how these factors, they interact among themselves, because it's not possible to separate them. If you live in a country which is going through desertification process, you will most probably move. There will be fight for resources. Maybe conflict will erupt from that, and then you will have to move again. And if on the move you don't have access to any kind of health because your system is already a fragile one, and all of a sudden your resources has been drained by a conflict or by the recovery from an extreme weather event. Look at the floods that we witnessed just in the last couple of years in Pakistan, in Libya a few weeks ago, as well in Italy, in Faenza, very, again, sooner this year. And yes, you're right, war and health and climate, they do interact. The Darfur conflict had a huge component of fight over resources because of desertification. And as of today, in Khartoum, because of the recent heavy rains and the floods that results as the heavy rains, we saw a worrisome rise in the case of cholera in a city which is at war with a health system which hasn't been able to put some prevention measure in place, and the consequence that will just keep spilling and spilling over. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I think we'll come back to Sudan and use that, because I think it really is the intersection of a lot of these issues. But I wanted to ask you, and I'm going to ask the rest of the panel as well. The term climate refugee, I'm a journalist. We have a lot of journalists in the room. A lot of media coverage uses that term climate refugee. Do you think that's a relevant term for discourse, or do you think that is a distraction, or it's a good way to get people's attention? And I'm going to ask the rest of the panel as well, but what is your thought on using this term climate refugee? Is it important for driving our thinking, or is it divisive?
Well, I will be very short. I think that other panelists may have a deeper say about that. From our perspective, working as well in the Mediterranean and in Italy, what we see is that multi-factors are everywhere. You cannot narrow down names, but you have to recognize that it's not one reason why people fleeing. And so allowing only certain kinds of reasons to be dignified enough to be considered a reason to move, it's a problem. You have to consider the subject as a whole. Otherwise, you will always miss something. And this is in favor of recognizing dignity as well to the climate issue, because otherwise you're just missing pieces. You have to consider everything. You don't have to narrow it down to a single category which is strong enough, relevant enough, politically interesting enough to be considered a reason. And if talking about climate refugee can help opening the discourse to more flexible and legal instrument to safeguard the life of people that decide to move, then it's right to start a discourse about this. But I will leave to the other colleagues.
So a bit good, a bit bad, a provocative term that may get people thinking. Francois, what do you feel about this term, climate refugee? We see so much in the media.
I do use it, but it depends who I'm talking with. And I think it's important to use the term in some contexts and maybe not in some others. Well, first, it's important to recognize, of course, that the term itself is a misnomer, that there is no such thing, legally speaking, as climate refugees, and that the Geneva Convention of 1951 does not recognize environmental disruptions as motives for asylum. That's one thing. So if you talk to a group of lawyers or international organizations, usually you'll be frowned upon if you use the term climate refugees. This being said, when you talk to a more general audience, I think the word conveys the message that eventually those who have to move away from their land are the victims of a form of persecution that we're imposing upon them. And I think that the very concept, at the core of the concept of refugee, there is this idea of persecution, and that people are fleeing persecution or the fear of being persecuted. And I think it is important to recognize that climate change in itself is a form of persecution that we're inflicting upon the most vulnerable on the planet. And I think this is the strength of the concept of climate refugee. Then another aspect to consider is also how it is perceived in public opinion. And as a matter of fact, the concept of refugee these days, and I think this is a sad situation, enjoys a much better perception in the opinion than migrants. As if we had the good refugees that we were supposed to welcome and provide asylum, and the bad migrants that we didn't really care about and that we could send back home to where they come from. And I think this is a real problem, the fact that we are so normative and judgmental about the motives of migration of the people, and that we allow ourselves to determine what is a legitimate motive of migration and what is not. And I think it is fundamentally a problem, especially if you consider that on the ground, the motives for migration are very often mixed with one another, and that the distinction we make in Europe and in the West between political refugees and economic migrants actually has a lot more to do with the justification of the asylum policies and laws that we have in Europe than about describing what is happening in reality.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mbokazi, climate refugees, is this a term that the African Union is using? Is it a term that you think is relevant to the discussion?
Thank you very much. I think the climate refugee terminology, at the moment we have avoided using it. Luckily, in December, there is a global refugee forum. I think where there is all the experts that will be there, that will be from the refugee, because it's organized by UNHCR, and AU will also definitely be participating. Again, the context, I think, it's important. What we should remember that these are the migration and refugee and refugee issues and issues to do with climate change. All these are global phenomenon, a global phenomena, and no continent, no region, no country will be spared. We are all affected. So if the terminology is discriminatory and is judgmental, it will delay the innovativeness in terms of adaptability, in terms of resilience, in terms of also providing resources to support all the efforts around migration and climate change. So I think it's emerging terminology. It will become clearer. Then we can be able to use it appropriately.
Excellent. I mentioned earlier I would come back to Sudan, and obviously we've had the Khartoum process. Very important discussion and dialogue about the issue of migration generally between Africa and Europe. Between Africa and Europe, the North Mediterranean, South Mediterranean, how do they need each other? How do you see the cooperation developing? Because I think there's often been some short-sighted missteps. Anecdotally, going back to Sudan, it's a war between the government of Burhan and the RSF. And the RSF, under Hemeti, at one point, was receiving European Union funds to stop illegal immigration from trying to reach Europe and to improve the security situation. And now he's proved to be, if anything, a major catalyst for insecurity, migration, and some of these other factors. So oftentimes, sitting here in Europe, or on this side of the Mediterranean, we make missteps and judgments. But what do you see as a possible way forward in terms of cooperation between North and South?
Well, I've been based in Brussels for 6 years, starting 2015, where this amazing instrument came to life, which was the European Trust Fund for Africa, which was supposed to address root causes of migration. That was the reason why the fund was created. At the beginning, there was a honest movement that tried to really address those funds to create better livelihood, to create better access to services, to decent jobs, to really support in partnership, working with the African countries, finding together which were the weakest sector that could benefit from some support and that could really improve livelihood for the people. Unfortunately, as the time goes by, more and more of these funds, especially when it came to the Mediterranean window, because it was divided into regional windows, when it came to the Mediterranean window, the root causes were not there anymore. And all of a sudden, all the projects start to, let's say, have in their names border management, border control, and so on. And therefore, we saw how reaching the shore of the Mediterranean, the fear of part of the countries of the European Union took the stage. And this was analyzed very much. It's not a new story, it's something that happened a few years back. But it really gave you the impression on how the more far from the shores of Europe you were, the more the cooperation was perceived as possible. The more you were getting closer to Europe, the more the fear was growing. And then all of a sudden you have to do border control instead of creating market for decent jobs. the cooperation among the northern and southern shores of the Mediterranean is just, it's what, I mean, it's natural. It's inside the DNA of every population and country who lived. Since 1,000 years, we lived in synergy. We are together, always. We should cooperate in this as well. We should really create policies and structures and funds, wherever it can really work, to make the human movement, which is a global phenomenon since forever, to be a choice. And when it's a choice, to be a safe one. Because these are the two bottlenecks. It's not a choice anymore in most of the cases. You have to flee for several reasons: political reasons, health reasons, climate change reasons we are speaking about. So it's not a choice. You really have to. And when you have to, it's unsafe. It's a deadly journey. So these two things really have to change. We should cooperate to make these a choice, and when someone will make this choice, it should be a safe one. There should be safe ways, legal ways. It shouldn't be such a high-risk throw of the dice, and you just go and you try your luck because you really, how scared you should be to do this. So we really have to cooperate in this. That's my...
If I may add on that.
Jump in there.
I think one of the fundamental problems we have when it comes to cooperation is that, one, there is a deep reluctance to cooperate for fear of the loss of sovereignty on these matters. And countries and governments don't seem to realize that if they want to retain some sovereignty on this, they need to cooperate, and that it makes no sense to try and address the migration and asylum issue just at the national level. That's the first point. The second point, I think what is wrong in the approach of the EU right now is that the EU doesn't care about migration. The EU does care about people not crossing the Mediterranean. And therefore, the focus is only on people taking the boats from Tunisia or from Libya or from elsewhere and crossing the Mediterranean. The rest of it, what happens before, the EU doesn't care about that. I mean, 3 migration out of 4 worldwide, and especially in Africa, are internal migration. Who cares about internal migration? No one, and we pretend that it's a completely different phenomenon from international migration, and yet international migration is very often the continuation of an internal migration. The fact that people come from rural regions, end up in the megacities of Africa, and then cannot find a job, cannot access to basic services, and therefore are often prey to smugglers and traffickers who are bringing them to another country. We do not care about regional migration. If I take West Africa, 56% of international migration from West Africa goes to another country of West Africa. Who cares about that? No one. That's just as if the phenomenon did not exist. We do not realize that Europe is the destination of only 14% of international migrants from sub-Saharan Africa. And we have the impression that all migration from Africa is directed to Europe, which is not at all the case. And if we were to pay a bit more attention to the dynamics of migration within the African continent, but also within the Asian continent, if we were to pay a bit more attention to the dynamics of internal migration, then we would have a better chance of managing migration in a cooperative fashion where the countries of origin, of transit, and of destination would be equal partners in the management of migration. And at the moment, the EU treats the countries of origin and of transit as subcontractors for a policy that it doesn't want to implement.
Yeah, and I'm going to open this up to questions from the audience in a minute, but Mr. Mbakazi, do you want to have something you want to say on this topic?
Yes, I would like to come in here, particularly with regards to issues of cooperation. As the head of migration, I take a lead on a number of negotiations, but also policy dialogue and policy discourse. The main mantra or statement that everybody makes is that global solidarity and shared responsibility that we say inside the rooms, But recently, as we saw the debate that then we had at the African Union, when we saw the president of the European Union with the Prime Minister of Italy in Lampedusa, the feeling from the African Union was that it would have been better if maybe there was a chairperson of the African Union to demonstrate that the issue of migration is a global issue, and it can only be managed. It can be managed from a global perspective and cooperation. So that's where we see that the cooperation, that's where it is lacking. And the main concern currently is how is the posture in terms of cooperation, the posture of EU working with North Africa and even bankrolling North Africa to come up with security details to apparently block the migrants. And this is dividing the continent, because there is a process happening in the North Africa, there is a process at the African Union, and this divides the approach. Then the approach becomes fragmented. And therefore, the narrative, I think as Francois is saying, the narrative and misconceptions needs to be addressed. At the moment, we have platforms, at least. There is a platform, it's called C2C, Continent to Continent on Migration and Mobility. That's where Africa is meeting with Europe on issues of migration and mobility. However, we agree on policies, we agree in the rooms, but the action outside is different. So cooperation and partnerships, that's where we need to strengthen and approach it with a certain level of honesty.
Excellent. Let's open this discussion up a little bit. If some people in the room have some questions or thoughts on this topic. I see a bold hand there in the back. If you can please take the microphone. I think there's someone with microphones back there. If not, I'll run across with this one real quick and introduce yourself. Okay.
Thank you for the excellent discussion. My question is with regard to the evidence base that may be needed to convince the international community on this topic. So what is the evidence base that exists there on which the arguments can be based? And the second question is with regard to linking it to the loss and damage fund that is now getting created. So would this topic and issue also get somewhere connected to the loss and damage fund that the world is now basically negotiating on? So I just wanted your reflections on this. Thank you.
I'll take one more question. So if there's another question right now for the panel. Yeah, right here. And then we'll turn back to the panel to answer them.
And I was wondering how much of this topic is into the climate negotiations, meaning how much is used, if it is used at COPs or at bilateral agreements.
Excellent. One of the panelists would like to, yeah.
Well, maybe I'll start with the two last questions which are related to each other. The topic has been increasingly important in international negotiations on climate change, I would say, since 2010. It was initially perceived as a humanitarian disaster to avoid at all costs. And so clearly the focus was very much on considering migration as a threat, as a risk. And then there was a shift in the mid-2000s because a lot of empirical studies actually recognized that migration could also be an adaptation strategy, and that migration did not always signal a failure to adapt, but that in many contexts, people were using migration as a way to adapt to environmental changes and to climate impacts, because that was a way to diversify their income, that was a way to alleviate the demographic pressure on scarce natural resources, and so on and so forth. And this has been recognized in the Cancun Adaptation Framework adopted in 2010, which recognized in Article 14F that migration can be an adaptation strategy and therefore should be encouraged, facilitated, and even funded through adaptation funding, which was a kind of Copernican revolution in the way we looked at this in the negotiations. Which means that in the climate negotiations, there are two competing narratives on migration. One that sees it as a disaster to avoid at all costs, another one that sees it as an adaptation strategy that should be facilitated and encouraged. And of course, the two can absolutely coexist with each other, and we're not talking about the same migration flows. But the Paris Agreement also recognized that one of the direct costs, human costs of climate change was with migration and displacement, and established a task force to provide recommendations to government and to try and assess the costs associated with migration. And I happen to be a member of this task force, and clearly this work is now integrated into the loss and damage discussion with the difficulty of assessing the costs of migration. We know that there are some benefits associated with migration. There are obviously some costs. The problem is that the costs are not always borne by the same people who enjoy the benefits. And there are also some intangible costs. What is the cost of trauma? The cost of losing one's native language, one's culture? These are costs that are extremely difficult to assess. But yes, the cost associated with migration displacement is very clearly fitting into the loss and damage discussion. And of course, for this, we need to rely on actual empirical evidence. The good news is that there has been a very sharp expansion of research on the topic. When I started researching this topic some 20 years ago, that was still very much a niche topic. And when I was telling people that I was researching climate change and migration, people would tell me about the migration of birds or the migration of salmon. And I had to tell them, no, I'm talking about the migration of people. So this is to say that we've made a lot of progress, I think, over the past 20 years in terms of both qualitative and quantitative studies. There is now an international organization called the Platform on Disaster Displacement, which tries to organize these studies. I think the next step would be the creation of a form of a professional association. But the work that is done with ACMI is also going that direction, and also this initiative is also fostering research. And I think and I'll finish there, I think that one of the key improvements we've had in the past few years is that such research is also conducted now by researchers living in the country affected by the phenomenon. That used to be, years ago, European researchers researching what's happening in Africa, in Asia, and in the South Pacific. Now, we have much more collaborative programs that also integrate researchers from the countries directly affected by this.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. And I can agree with you more on that point. That has been a paradigm shift. Migration is now also viewed as an adaptation strategy. But COP27 also was very important in recognizing the nexus between migration and climate change and climate-induced mobility. And it recognizes that forced displacement and impacts on cultural heritage, human mobility and lives and livelihoods of local communities underlines the importance of the adequate effects in response to loss and damage. So at least there was that huge recognition, and we believe that with a lot of data, qualitative and quantitative, this intersection, this nexus will be understood more, and we believe that COPE is a good platform where this will pan out, where we will get more information so that we've got data for action, data for foresight, data also for insight, so that we can use it to expand the thinking, but also the action in terms of migration and climate change.
I definitely want to talk about the upcoming COP summit soon, but Emergency had a report on some of these topics.
I would just briefly comment. It's incidental. The thing is that we recently had a report on access to health in Afghanistan. And we were, of course, the central subject was access to health. And there were a set of questions that we collected, and then we produced this report. What we find out is that who was living in a country on the product of the soil, so who was living out of agriculture or any other activities connected, were more prone to higher level of vulnerabilities because of climate effects. And to try to get something out of what they were living, they were delaying access to healthcare because they didn't have funds to. They were delaying the buying of clothes or the improvement of their shelter. And in Afghanistan, winter can be very cold, and so on. And all of these are driver for movement.
Excellent. Do we have some more questions from members of the audience? One here in the front. Francesco.
Now, one thing that I sort of think I must say, it's I like very much the discussion, but my memory must go to what happened 2 weeks ago, Derna, in Libya. We're talking about a city of 100,000 people that was basically washed away. There may be a rather strong link with climate change. And at the best of my knowledge, Europe didn't do a thing, not even in terms of rescuing people after the disaster. We're talking about 20,000 people dead and 80,000 people that are all very strong candidates to come to Europe, you know. We're talking about a disaster which is probably 40 times bigger than the biggest disaster in the Mediterranean, and we didn't do a thing, which is really, no, we're talking about moral imperative of doing stuff. And so I think we really need to be visionary here, no? Some years ago, and it's quite paradoxical, there were some proposal, no, even from the Italian government. I still remember for the Italian friends, Andreotti, D'Alema, they were talking about a different generation of having countries like Morocco to join the European Union. No, that discussion has gone. No, I think we need to even go, you know, beyond cooperation if we want to do some big visionary proposal out of this conference. Say, yes, the European Union, you know, is not something based on, I don't know, religion. It's based on rationality,
yes.
on our own interest, and let's have, you know, some at least free trade area with Morocco. No.
And there is something absolutely terrible when you think that we, and when I mean we, the European Union and Italy in particular, is providing every year millions of euros to Libya for the Coast Guards to try and prevent people from taking the boats. And we know that Libya is hell on earth for migrants from sub-Saharan Africa. And yet when a disaster strikes Libya, like the one 2 or 3 weeks ago, with 20,000 people dead, I mean, that's of massive proportion, we didn't lift a finger. We didn't do a thing, which means that we're very happy to provide millions of euros to the Coast Guards, but we're not willing to lift a finger to assist the people when they're hit by a disaster. And we can say the same thing for a lot of other things. I mean, think of the Operation Mare Nostrum that was launched by then Prime Minister Enrico Letta, I think some 10 years ago. The operation was discontinued after a year because obviously it did not reach any solidarity amongst European member states. And now, 10 years later, you have a dispute between Italy and Germany because Italy is accusing Germany of providing funding to NGOs doing exactly the same work as the Italian Navy was doing 10 years ago. I think we're just walking in our heads here.
Exactly. Yeah.
No, I mean, there's really nothing more to say. We are super strong advocates to interrupt this financing of the Coast Guard. Every year, we start months ahead to try to raise awareness in the country, awareness in the general public, awareness in the political public, and it's almost impossible to break the shell that is around this subject, this topic, and it's incredible how it's a subject which you really have incredible challenges just to speak about it, to try to propose a different point of view, to try to highlight and underline how much of a contradiction this is, how much better ways there can be to use those money to really cooperate. And it's a subject that it keeps renewing, and it's really, but good thing is that civil society is engaged. That's unfortunately the results are slow to come. But what I see is that it's very hard to have this discourse going, but there is a strong base of civil society who relentlessly fight to bring this on the table again and again, and hopefully sooner or later this will somehow change, at least because it has to.
That's a really optimist view. I like your optimism a lot.
Yes. Barack Obama said we are the first generation to experience climate change, and we are the first generation that can do something. As indicated earlier on, it affects all of us the same way. It makes people to flee their livelihoods, to run away, and it is a driver for migration. That is the climate change, and therefore it's even worse in Africa, because climate change in Africa, you know, our economies are greatly rely on climate sensitive sectors, agriculture. So if the fields are washed away, the livestock is washed away, people are bound to move. And therefore the issues that arise there is the issues of human rights. As people move, they move with their human rights. We have seen in Tunisia and elsewhere, and also in Morocco side, dehumanizing, deplorable, people are put in deplorable conditions because they are on the move. And I think that's where the debate is. That's where the debate is that this discriminatory approach is detrimental and is sending a wrong message. And I think the debate that we are having at African Union is how do we reach out to everyone who's working in migration space, but also to the Middle East, to Europe, because the migration, external migration from Africa is only 20%, 40% into Europe, another percentage to America, another percentage to the Middle East. So the debate that we're having, how do we reach out to bring about a message of global solidarity, a message of shared responsibility, using the international instruments that are there on migration, on refugees, that binds all of us. So the message is clear. Climate change is already significantly impacting Africa because of issues to do with poor resilience and adaptation, and maybe lack of adequate resources to finance the adaptation and resilience, to support the infrastructure, but also to support the livelihoods. With regards to the debate, the question came up earlier on the debate on loss and damage. Our view is to prioritize women, youth, and children, so that the loss and damage fund could be used for sustainability for women, youth. We know that women are also, even in the context of climate change and mobility, they are disproportionately affected. And that loss and damage fund, if it could be focused and prioritized as a form of social protection, and that's the message, that is the policy direction that we are advocating for in terms of loss and damage fund that is being negotiated once it's ready. Thank you.
Excellent. You know, a physical location that's the intersection of so many issues of migration, of Asia, of Europe and Africa is Dubai, where the next COP will be held. You know, this year there's a lot of focus on making sure that declarations are followed through. The host of COP, the Emirates, helped with the Africa Climate Change Week, which was a big success in early September, and getting this on a much higher level of discussion in Africa and beyond. I'd just be interested to hear from the panel, what are some expectations of issues to be discussed at this COP? I know the African Union has some plans to do some specific things, but I'd love to hear from some panelists regarding COP. Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
We will start. We definitely have a plan. We are viewing that platform as a big platform, again, to exchange ideas with Africa and Europe. We're using the platform called Khartoum process, and we have already agreed with the Germans who are chairing the Khartoum process at the moment that we need to raise the thematic area that they've been championing on migration and climate change. We have to raise it to a global platform to convey the messages at that platform, so definitely. But we as the African Union will be then partnering with that within the context of ACMI, which is Africa Climate Mobility Initiative, to bring about evidence, to bring about the political and diplomatic message regarding the developments around adaptability, also resilience and mitigation. So there will be messages that we'll be conveying. So definitely we would be part of the COP28.
Yeah, and I would be, while we're talking about events at COP, I'd be remiss to not mention the event that the NGO I work with, Faith for Our Planet, will be doing an interfaith event talking about getting faith leaders involved in making the moral and ethical case to do something about climate change involving the Ministry of Environment from Gambia as well. So I think there's going to be a lot of important discussions going on at COP. Yeah, Ms. Francois.
My expectations for COP28, I would say I have three lead expectations. The first one is that we are finally serious into addressing the end of fossil fuels. As you probably know, COP28 in France and certainly in Europe receives quite a lot of criticism already for its location. And people think, what is the sense of having a climate conference in an oil-producing country? And people are afraid, and rightly so, that there will be a lot of greenwashing going on. My point is to say, well, if you want to discuss seriously about exiting fossil fuels, well, you will need to discuss at some point with countries that have built their economy on the exploitation of fossil fuels. And I think that I'm hoping that we can really seriously address this. That's my first expectation. The second one is that I'm also hoping that there will be some concrete plans to address loss and damage and to provide actual funding for loss and damage. We've had this very important political agreement last year at COP27, but we don't want this agreement to remain an empty shell, just a piece of paper. And no, I think if we want to build stronger cooperation between countries of the Global South and industrialized countries, which is also very important to address migration and cooperation for migration governance, we will need to come up with some funding in order not to create some resentment that would be absolutely justified from countries of the Global South. Expectation number three, I'm also hoping that we can start reforming the way the negotiations are conducted. I think we've created with the COP a kind of machine to provide disappointment after disappointment. And one of the reasons for this disappointment is that every decision is taken by consensus, which means that the least ambitious countries always have the final say, I think we need to do more to integrate also other actors such as companies, civil society organizations, municipalities, international organizations. I think we have a fundamental problem, which is that we are trying to address a global issue, such as climate change, a global issue which by nature knows no border, with an architecture of cooperation and negotiation that is still international, that is between nations, where each government will seek to pursue its own national interest. And I think there's a fundamental mismatch. And if we want to be serious about climate change, and also about migration, which is another global phenomenon, we need to step up international cooperation on negotiations and make them truly global negotiations and cooperation.
Yeah, and I just want to say, I think some of that criticism is disingenuous, because if we look at the last two hosts of COP, Egypt, major natural gas hydrocarbon producer and exporter, Scotland, I'm sure barrel for barrel, the oil that is produced offshore in Scotland is probably more emissions per barrel to produce that barrel than the barrels in the Middle East.
That's what was
I will just very briefly build on these because COP is not one of our core events that we follow, being more focused on health. But there are so many parallelisms between the approach that Julien just laid out and what happened, for example, with COVID and the COVAX mechanism. That's the thing. There were coping mechanisms designed to help low and middle income countries, designed in high income countries with high income country standards and requirements. And these led to failure, not complete failure. Results were achieved. And it was the only mechanism. So without that, there would have been none. So there's already a big step.
It would still be looked in.
But it was not enough. This is not something that should be celebrated as a triumph. It's a first step. The world was fast enough to make a coping mechanism. But then what you do, you build on that. And to build on these experiences, and this works with climate as well, you have to hear every voice. That's the point. That's exactly, I just wanted to underline these, because I do really much agree with these, and I see the same things happening in the health sector. Every voice should be heard. Competencies are not only in Western world. Experiences, direct experiences, the direct consequences are witnessed often not by people in high-income countries. You should not exclude the voices and the perspective of experts of countries who are suffering firsthand the consequences of the central topic. This can be COVAX and the COVID, and health issues, this can be COP. So our point is exactly like that. We should really start to change the approach towards these kind of negotiations, as Jermaine said, as well as this kind of building coping mechanism and solutions. They are not effective if they are not shared.
Yes, well, every voice must be heard, and we have many more speakers today in the rest of the program. Let's, ladies and gentlemen, please give our speakers a warm round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the moderation.
Let's get a quick photo here as well. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks a lot for this excellent and informed panel. And we'll move on right away. Or Francesco, do you have anything to add? Okay, because this was actually an ideal transformation. I mean, we could easily set up a conference on migration and all these issues, like a whole several-day conference. But this was an attempt to raise all the important issues. Yeah. So let's move right. After all the pictures have been taken, yes, even more pictures. Okay, sorry. Some more patience here is needed. Since we need to be on time today, let's move right to our next panel, to the Middle East. That was a perfect introduction, and Jan Petrovsky of The Economist will chair this panel.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. As Alexandra said, this is a perfect segue. We ended on the COP in Dubai, and this panel for the next hour will be talking about what a region which has become basically synonymous with fossil fuels is doing or can do or should do in order to first diversify its economy away from Brown and how much it can do in order to foster green, both at home and abroad. And in order to discuss that with me, I have a couple of wonderful speakers here in Trento and one dialing in from what I suspect is Abu Dhabi, but we'll see in a moment. Cliff Pryor, who is joining us from the Global Steering Group on Impact Investing, of which he's the Chief Executive. Cliff, why don't you join us? We have Haitham Sadek of Zero Engineering, and maybe Haitham can tell us exactly what Zero is and does in a moment. I believe you have a bit of a presentation. And I see that we now have Amjad Abdullah, who's the Head of Partnerships at the International Renewable Energy Agency, joining us. Is it from Abu Dhabi?
It is indeed, yes, Abu Dhabi.
Wonderful. Thank you so much to you all for being here. Haitham, I believe you have a little presentation that you have prepared, so maybe we can kick off with that, and then we can move on to the broader discussion.
Hello, everyone. My name is Haitham Sadek. I am Deputy General Manager and Director of Engineering company called Zero. I am born and raised in Qatar. And today I'm contributing to this discussion about how the Middle East and Qatar specifically has contributed and grown climate change initiatives. I have a presentation, so I would like if the presentation, okay. Okay. So the overall presentation is titled as Middle East Outlook in Climate Change or to Climate Change. I think we have progressed a lot in the Middle East in that direction, and I want to use this opportunity to pinpoint some of the major initiatives that has happened in Qatar in regards to the climate change, and how do we look to that in a quite perspective or wide perspective that may impact the climate change. So the overall Qatar vision in how transitioning to the renewable and sustainable energy, Qatar has invested, and nowadays we have a big event in Qatar called Expo 2023 that focus in gardening and climate change and sustainability, and I will have a little bit more details about it. There is international cooperations from Qatar for a greener future, that there is a big buy-in from all levels of governments on that. There is so many ambitious sustainability goals that has already been set in the strategic plans for Qatar. And there is a high level from top-down commitment to environmental research and huge investment that has been done through the Qatar Foundation Institute in Qatar and the Qatar Science and Technology Park and several organizations in Qatar that has specifically allocated huge funds into environmental and sustainable and climate change related research projects. Qatar already has built several sustainable cities, Lusail and city of Musharraf downtown, which are identical, which were developed with the focus of sustainability and environment at heart. The green transport and the big achievements that has happened in the last 10 years in Qatar for transit-oriented developments, Metro, Qatar Rail, and huge transit improvements and electric vehicle buses led by the Ministry of Transport in Qatar was also a great initiatives. The energy and the clean energy and solar power, and I will have something about that. Qatar also delivered one of the first sustainable FIFA World Cup in 2022, and the 8 stadiums were having, we call it the GSAS certification for their buildings. And in addition to a digital transformation across all disciplines in Qatar. And I will talk a little bit about the GSAS, and the GSAS has been there almost for 10 years. It's the global sustainability assessment system, and it's encouraged, and now almost all governmental buildings required to adhere to a scoring that will achieve a sustainability level to all these buildings. It was developed by the Gulf Organization for Research and Development, GORD, in collaboration with American universities. His Highness Sheikh Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani in September 2021 also clearly said the state of Qatar has placed climate change at the forefront of its priorities, and it continues to take the necessary measures to develop climate change related technologies and clean energy. And recently, with the recent governmental changes, a new Ministry of Environment and Climate Change has been, before it was part of another ministry, but a newly established Ministry of Environment and Climate Change in Qatar has been established to empower this direction of sustainability. And the World Cup was also the first edition of the tournament to be certified to the international standard ISO 20121 for event sustainability management, and all the 8 stadiums achieved the Global Sustainability Assessment System, the GSAS. GSAS is similar to the LEED, if you're aware about the LEED as a standard, and probably in the US, it's a similar certification, but it's more toward the Gulf and Arab region. One of the aspects that I think Qatar has been very successful in the region, and I think it's time now to little bit learn from that cultural and social aspect of Qatar. Qatar has a median age of 33, and Francesco has mentioned that yesterday. There is a median age in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia of 29 years. Median age in UAE is 33, median age in Egypt 24. And we know that there is different level of income for these countries. Egypt is not maybe as rich as the other Gulf countries, but they still have a very, very young youth that will be the fuel for their future climate change and population. However, in Canada, I have spent some time in Canada, it's 14, Italy it's 47, in USA it's 38, China is 39, and Germany is 45. And I think solution to climate change is not only technical, it's not only, it's a social aspect that need to be. There is so many family values that contribute to these difference in median ages that has been enriched in Qatar. It has been encouraged in Qatar and several Arab countries. There is prioritizing for family safety, security that help people to raise kids and encourage that population. I think that's one of really a core aspects of helping the environment, actually, because there is some other extreme ideologies that actually push against that. Some people claim that we need less people, where actually we need more people to resolve all our current issues, including climate change. And that's what actually has been successful in the Gulf region, where they focus on the human capital and the families, which is a great something that we are proud of. And it's part of the culture and social that need maybe to be transferred to other communities that may not value that as much as maybe in the last 40 years has changed. If we go 40 years ago to Europe or Canada or US, it may be different than today. And that's why we think we need a little bit to think again about cultural aspects of our population. Qatar already generates 10% of their peak demand in electricity by solar power. The Kharsa pioneering solar power plant is already there, operated since October 2022, and they are building another 2 solar power plants that will help to achieve Qatar target of reaching 20% of their of the highest peak demand by 2030. Because it just established a couple of days ago, the Expo, and it's going to stay until next year, February. It's an amazing event that is well waited for. It has 3 major pillars: economic, social, and environment. The logo or the slogan is Green Desert, Better Environment. And the economic, the 3 pillars in economic is to invest in innovative agricultural technologies. Social is to establish the connection of people with the nature, to raise the awareness on agriculture and sustainability and climate change. Environmental, where transformation of dry, arid land into agricultural areas and forest. Thank you so much. That's my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Haytham. That was very interesting. I suppose the big question that all the Gulf's fossil fuel producers have to both ask themselves and I think answer to the global public opinion is just how serious are they about their decarbonization efforts? And here, I suppose that there are sort of several ways of looking at this. So one is a lot of these countries, Qatar included, are trying to diversify parts of their economy away from fossil fuels. But a lot of that is actually building a non-fossil economy on top of an existing fossil economy that isn't actually getting any smaller. So it's growing the economy, the incremental growth is coming from somewhere else, but the base of the sort of, of the fossil-dependent economy remains quite stable. I don't know what the figures are for Qatar Energies, but I think that, Saudi Aramco plans to increase its output by 2027 from 12 billion barrels a day to 12 million barrels a day to 13 million barrels a day. So there's still a lot of investment going into expanding the traditional lifeblood of those economies. And so that's one question. To what extent is it a replacing or foreseeing the decline and we're forecasting the decline of the underlying fossil economy and building a sustainable bit on top of it? And to what extent is it simply a matter of doing something else as well, in addition to, not instead of? And then the other question, I think, which is sort of somewhat separate, it's related but it's separate, is to what extent are the Gulf economies actually investing in technologies, in businesses, which can accelerate the green transition at home, but also maybe primarily abroad, which is a slightly different question. So I would love to get your sense maybe on how you see, to begin with, how you see the distinction between replacing and adding to the fossil economy, because everything you outlined is obviously very laudable. It's better to build new things in ways that are sustainable. But to what extent is it actually making a dent in what a lot of critics would point to as the principal sin of the economies of that part of the region?
I would start first, but that the recent also strategic change of Qatar Gas and Qatar Petroleum has changed to Qatar Energy. And there is a huge document and strategy that has been developed now for the transition. That Qatar Energy is leading the energy transition in Qatar. So they are planning to do that. And even if that sounds maybe uneconomical today, but they look to that into the future, and they are invested into the long term, because the stability and the country's vision is to empower that. So in regards to the instead versus addition, I think even if it is an addition to an existing, because that's the current maybe fiscal decision that need to be taken, and it's being still maintained in order to be able actually to invest in the other things. So it is not an easy decision, and I think the benefit cost analysis that they do in order to keep doing what they do as a nation and be able to invest in green and renewable energy is a kind of a good mix at this stage. Because at the end of the day, there is fiscal decisions that need to be taken, and it still has the main aspects of these investments. That's how I see it with what Qatar is actually doing and which actually investing. Is it fast enough? I think with the capital and the society level and the size of the country, it's actually doing even probably more than maybe a comparable country would do.
Thank you, Haytham. Amjad, I'd like to bring you in and maybe ask you to give us and the audience a bit of an overview of what the renewables and sort of clean energy plans in the Gulf are at the moment. How much clean energy it's generating, what share of the energy use in the region comes from renewables versus fossil fuels, and how the region wants to change that. I'm sure you have a sense of where things are headed in that direction.
Well, thank you very much. Indeed, it's a pleasure to be virtually connected. Apologies in advance that I could not be there in person. I'm very impressed with the presentation from a colleague from Qatar. Irene, I think it's quite evident that our publications and our analysis shows that it's important, it's critical that tripling of renewable energy is paramount. There's no doubt about it. I can tell you that the countries in the region and across the globe, and the recent one from the G20, that they have agreed tripling of the renewable energy. I think this is a milestone, major milestone achievement. The countries are ready, whether we like it or not. Renewable scaling up of renewable injections in the energy transition is inevitable. It is going to happen. And if you look at the perspective, the spectrum of the energy landscape, the need for energy is increasing. So there's no doubt that you have to multiply, if not triple, if not, more in the renewable. I'm not entirely sure how much energy we're going to require, but I am seeing that the whole spectrum in the region and across the globe and the major economies are transitioning towards low carbon future, because that's the way, because the science is very clear. And you have to multiply the renewable into the energy transition. That's the only way. That's the science. That's what the science is. And again, as I said, whether people like it or not, you see the cost of renewables is hugely decreasing. If you see some of our publications of IRENA, it's inevitable that it's going to be competing. People have to be applying those at scale, because if you really need to have a plausible future in terms of energy transition, you have to apply the available sources of renewables across the globe, whether it's solar, wind, geothermal, you name it. So again, just to be straight on your question, the region across the globe, it's inevitable that tripling of renewable energy has to be there as part of the package of energy transition. Thank you.
Can I sort of follow up on that? So I think I read that IRENA has a partnership with Mazda, and maybe you could tell us a little bit about that. Mazda being the Emirati state-backed company which is investing in various clean energies. I think it has a plan to expand its capacity more than fivefold to something like 100 gigawatts by 2030. Can you give us a sense of sort of just how big a deal that is? As in, is that what is that in the grand context of the energy transition, both in the region and globally?
I have to say I cannot speak for Master, but I can speak for IRENA. But then we are partnering with Master among other, energy companies. Again, just to promotion of renewable energy across the globe and in the region. And you see, I think Master has done tremendous amount of job, and one of the cheapest solar in the region. I think they just started. So I don't see any reason why people are not going. People will have to transition to renewables in the future or in the near future. So that's the way forward, because let alone, it is also in terms of, if you look at the energy security perspective, because that gives the certainty and assurance of energy security. Thank you.
Thank you, Amjad. I'm sure I'll come back to you a little bit later. Cliff, do you want to?
Apologies, I have to run. I have to step out for like 15, 20 minutes, but I'll be back.
Okay,
20
thank you.
minutes. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I'm looking at this from an investor angle rather than the some of the other angles that we've been looking at here. And if I gave it 2 lines, it would be, yes, there's more sustainability and renewables money going in, but there's much, much more and continuing increasing in fossil fuels. That's what's actually happening. So just to give the context of where this is operating, we are now in an era of ever more global standards, transparency, regulations. We have taxonomies, we have disclosure requirements, we have the move towards global harmonized accounting for the future, the ISSB, part of the IFRS, global accounting and so on. We have impact valuation developments. All of this is creating more visibility and clarity, including of the harms. And what do governments, generally speaking, do when they see an area of harms and sin? They tax it. So, you know, we are likely to see that kind of move. What do the investors look for, and who is actually incentivized to make new actions? So if I start from the smallest to the largest, in the smallest, the startup world, angels, venture capitalists, etc. What do they want? They want new innovative ideas. They want to see some initial development funds, but they also want a sense of edge, because the best new innovations tend to come from people on the edge. And I say that having been to Dubai last year, where an awful lot of money is going into, you know, new startups, new ideas, and so on. There isn't the edge. It's it's a comfort of having so much money there. If we look at what's happening in the markets around UAE, KSA, Qatar, there are a number of areas where new startups are being brought together. But the big question is Israel, because Israel is by a mile the largest startup innovation center in the region. So much depends on how much the Abraham Accords is increased over time. So that's at that early stage. Come to asset managers, and they're the ones who are just carrying on like nothing is happening. And that's particularly the case in the last couple of years, where we had a long period where sustainability-oriented funds were coming in. Then we had the Russian war. Oil and gas prices go through the roof. The sustainability-oriented funds look very bad, and the ones without look very good. And that has changed the balance. Who's working on that? They want certainty. So if you look at the region, certainty would include UAE, it would include KSA, probably include Qatar, Oman, Jordan. But the big populations, like Egypt, would not be considered sufficient secure for easy investing. So that is a problem area. But the big question is the asset owners. So by asset owners, we mean pensions, life assurance, and sovereigns. And of course, this is a region that has a huge amount of sovereign money. Asset owners tend to think 10 to 30 years, even beyond. So they're looking to a future where the climate catastrophe is already, sort of booked in for them. And we are seeing examples of pension carve-outs in a number of countries. I haven't seen so much in this region, but in surprising places. In Ghana, in Nigeria, in Zambia. It's not just in carve-outs in developed countries. Looking forward, understanding that a pension fund or a sovereign fund, you are having to project forward into what life will be like in 20, 30 years.
So can you explain a little bit what you mean by the carve-outs?
By carve-outs, so normally pension funds go very secure and tend to work globally. The carve-outs are taking typically anything from 2 to 5%. We've seen one or two go 10%. Go into much more adventurous activities, new startups, new innovations, working towards sustainability, and more commonly starting to invest in their own country. So take an example of Ghana. Sorry, this is going off of the Middle East, but it's one that I know well. Ghana has a pretty decent national pension fund. To date, it's been invested in New York, in London, in Frankfurt, nothing to do with Ghana. So what they've decided to do is they need to work on their own country and the development of their country. Development in terms of renewables, in resilience, in education, building within their own country. Now that is... I haven't seen that in the Middle East. What's happened in Dubai with this very large community and funds for new startups, it's global rather than local. But that, the power of pensions, it could be really major in this. Sovereigns, you would think that, with kingdoms, emirates, etc., you would expect there to be a sense of sovereign funds should be looking forward to the future. I'm not convinced as yet, but it would be expected that they would be looking after their own future. Not wanting, mass riots, not being able to have food, not being able to get out of extreme heat, etc. They're not going to want that. So those sovereigns are incentivized to work on this. And if you think of, working on sovereigns, who's got the money? They have the money. They have the land. They could do a hell of a lot more than is being done at the moment. And if we think of Islamic concepts, it is not tayyib, it is not beautifying people and the planet to end up with destruction, climate change, harms to people and planet. So all of this, asset owners, so it's long time lag work. And it's long time lag work in terms of the deployment of the funds too. If you're switching from oil and gas to renewables, you are changing grids, you are changing ports, you are changing an enormous amount of infrastructure. So it has to start very soon. Likewise, the change from in the population, the different skills, the different livelihoods, access to the rare earths that are necessary for renewables. All of this has to be planned well in advance. We're seeing jurisdictions in a number of places now starting to say we need to move out of heavy industry into a knowledge economy. That is really good news for the front runners. But almost every country is starting to say, we're going to move into a knowledge economy. That doesn't add up. You can't have the whole of the globe being successful on a knowledge economy. So again, new ideas, new possibilities. We're seeing sovereign funds, as I said, starting to do carve-outs in other jurisdictions, in Temasek in Singapore, done at Impact with Kazana in Malaysia. So this is something that we would expect to see in the Middle East as well.
So I was just about to ask whether you're seeing, so from your vantage point, looking at the portfolio flows into impact investing, are you seeing any money going into those funds or those initiatives from the Gulf, especially from the fossil fuel producers? Because they obviously have their own vehicles, right? I mean, you have the PIF and you have Mubadala in the UAE. I'm sure Qatar has one. I don't know what the name is. Forgive me. But they are investing quite aggressively around the world in a variety of things, as well as reinvesting some of it in their fundamental economic product, which is fossil fuels. So are you seeing, but like on the impact investing side, are you seeing any interest from that part of the world in the sort of investments that you track?
Yes, we are. And as you say, the investments are global. We are seeing in more and more jurisdictions that a part of that is sustainability, and a smaller part, but very innovative, is the impact investing. So we are seeing that. But I come back to the point that you were making earlier, that all of that is looking good. Underlying, there is still more and more and more fossil fuel investment.
Haytham, I have a question. So you specialize in transport and mobility, I think, in your day job, and I'm wondering, to what extent is the push towards greater sustainability locally? Because I mean, obviously the big problem when it comes to places like Qatar or Saudi Arabia or the UAE or Kuwait is that basically their Scope 1 emissions, if we were to use that framework, are pretty minimal in the grand scheme of things, and their Scope 3 emissions are absolutely enormous. And all of these countries are doing a lot on their Scope 1 emissions, which is very important. And everything a lot of what you talked about were sort of Scope 1 emissions in the sort of national level. Is that push for Scope 1 emissions, is that driven primarily by the fact that all of those investments are actually becoming cost competitive with the traditional way of doing things? For instance, electric cars are becoming a better deal for motorists than fossil fueled power cars and internal combustion engine cars, and that the levelized cost of renewable energy has just become so low that it actually just makes sense in a place like Qatar or Saudi Arabia, which have lots of relatively empty space and are incredibly sunny. Is it just an economic economic calculation in the here and now? It just makes business sense to do this now, or is it even though it's actually it is an investment which today costs more but is expected to bring benefits in the future? Is it already making business sense to limit Scope 1 emissions in Qatar?
Definitely, it's the business case. For example, Qatar has now all the buses has switched to electric vehicles in order to reduce. So, and they have built huge depot for EV vehicles and stations, and there's so much. And they have recently, the Ministry of Transport in Qatar has done a great conference in September that lay out all the future sustainable transportation investments that they want to do. And I think, yes, it is it does make sense, and from a business perspective, for one reason, we have started to feel how pollutions would impact us as a community and as a country. That that can be somehow converted to a dollar value that can then brought into any benefit cost assessment or business case to invest in these directions. So these have not just been an initiative just to go with the flow. It has made sense, and it has actually been implemented already on the ground because of that, and because I think the country has a long history of stability and prosperity and future looking, so they know that that the demand of this is increasing. It's it's not only in Qatar, also in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Recently also visited a huge emphasis on sustainability and protection of environment with all the public investment fund, the PIF in Saudi Arabia, and all these initiatives. So they have seen it as an opportunity to and I think everywhere, if people are just, if the investments of climate change technologies and sustainability doesn't really affect your day-to-day life and your community, the level of support would not be as strong as it be if it is felt. So yes, it is, and the benefits of doing that should have been seen first by the community and the country. That is actually, we don't want to just say, you need to invest that because it is important to look at a global level, but also with a local focus that, yes, we're also benefiting our own people and our own nation when doing so.
Yeah, I think this is the question of the Gulf and sustainability and the region's efforts in this area sort of requires you to hold two things in your head at the same time. Which is, one is that sort of locally, they're actually doing a fair amount and they're investing in very interesting things. I think I've dug up some figures from some reporting that we've done. And I think that there are some estimates that the hydrogen economy could make something between 120 billion and 200 billion dollars in annual revenues for the Gulf by 2050. Which sort of sounds like a lot, but then you remember that Saudi Aramco's sales in 2022, just Saudi Aramco, was $535 billion. So it's sort of, so you need to be holding these two things in your head. Like, on the one hand, the core business of these countries is actually fed, it's actually feeding a global demand. And in order to tamp down on that, something needs to be done globally. I mean, it's sort of a little bit almost unreasonable to ask the countries to shoot themselves in the foot if the rest of the world isn't really doing anything else. And at the same time, it's sort of, it is worth seeing just, because a fair amount of effort is actually going into cleaning up their backyard, as it were, sort of their own countries. And it is hard. It is hard. There is a sort of tension there that I think we just need to recognize as observers and as critics of what those countries may or may not be doing.
Look, that's absolutely the case. I mean, we can say, isn't it terrible that Saudi, for example, is pulling out even more fossil fuels? Well, we bought it. I mean, if we didn't buy it from the rest of the world, it would be worthless. So you're absolutely right on that. Just on issues like electrifying cities and so on, many of these new sustainability developments rely on getting over the hump. So if you just have 10% of electrification in cars, it's very inefficient because you can never find a connection. Getting a whole city over the line, that's much more efficient. Hydrogen, great, has a big future. Again, very big infrastructure development. You really have to start now. It's a long-term investment.
Thank you. I was hoping for Amjad to come back for questions, but he's not here. So why don't I open the floor to questions? Do we have any questions for the speakers? I see a couple of people in the middle there. Can someone bring a microphone over?
When we talk about the Middle East sustainability transition, it sounds like a very centralized and top-down transition in which let's say, few people take the decision on the investments for this transition. But so my question is like that? And if it's like that, is one of the goals of the sustainability transition of Middle East countries, and in specific Qatar, also to try to shift to a more bottom-up and, let's say, liberal socio-economic system or not?
Peyton, do you want to take that one?
It is a top-down, yes. The system of how Qatar delivers, that's the main things. When they want to do something, they deliver it. And in order to do so, you need that strong authority of delivering these initiatives that has now started to become part of the Qatar national vision and the sub-strategies of that. However, they also invest into more awareness and more education. And I have been aware of several initiatives with the Ministry of Education to increase that awareness, and the Expo and the other events that talks to the public more and increase public interest and buy-in and sustainable practices at the society is being actually also worked on at the bottom. Is it going to be similar to maybe other communities where the NGOs or the non-governmental organizations or initiatives are even much more powerful? I doubt that, because of the way the system works is mainly top-down, with a vision that the community believes in also and trust. So that approach has been successful before, and I think they will continue to do so.
Can I ask a follow-up on that? So is there a sense, do you know, in Qatar that, you know, young entrepreneurs have the incentives and have the willingness to actually go in, set up companies in the sustainability domain? Is there, I mean, there's obviously a lot of capital around, but is there a sort of pathway for budding entrepreneurs who would want to go into this area to actually do it? And are people doing it? Is there enough of a sense that this is the future, that it is pulling in intelligent, enterprising young people?
For the last 10 years, Qatar entrepreneurship ecosystem has grown in an amazing way. There is a huge number of entrepreneurs that are local entrepreneurs and being supported by the Qatar several organizations, mainly Qatar Development Bank and Qatar Incubation Center, and several other incubations that are government support, where we actually seen so many locals and so many business ideas that has been worked on. Now, because it's a free market, it the success rate may not be as high as we think, because at the end of the day, you need a business model that will be successful to sustain that market. So, but the environment is much more now entrepreneurial in Qatar.
Thank you.
I would just add, Dubai is probably the global group. Dubai has done a great deal in terms of changing the social media to make it much more attractive for global entrepreneurs.
Do we have any more questions? I think there's another one at the back there.
You talked about a lot of interesting stuff. Sorry if I focus on a rather silly detail. But you defined the World Cup in 2022 as sustainable, and I wanted to ask from which point of view. We know that it entails a lot of emissions from the environmental side, a lot of death from the social side, and a lot of costs also, over 200 billions, I think, of dollars, plus the corruption.
Any tournament that happened in the last 50 years probably made emissions even more, based on even the number of people that attended, the size of the tournament, and so. However, the sustainability and environment was at the core of the Supreme Committee for the World Cup, and the stadiums has been built with the GSAS certifications, which is a well-respected now certification that has been developed between the GORD organization Qatar and University of Pennsylvania and another university also in the US. So all of them has achieved the certifications. Yes, we were very proud of that achievement, and we do at the end of the day, the overall benefits of doing the tournament and the FIFA, including all the improvements at the infrastructure that has happened in Qatar, is a positive output for the community.
Thank you. Francesco? Oh, sorry, was there someone over there as well?
Hi, morning. At the recently concluded G20 Leadership Summit, the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor was announced. That's primarily a transportation and communication corridor. The marginal cost, and this is the question, would the marginal cost of putting in a transmission network far outweigh the benefits that we would get for an integrated grid and remove the intermittency of generation east to west?
You mean over the whole corridor?
Yes.
Does anybody have a sense? I mean, I suspect that Amjad would be the person to answer that question. Unfortunately, he's not back. No, I think that Amjad would be the best person to answer that question. Unfortunately, he's unless Francesco is the right person to answer that question.
I'm not answering. It's a little bit a broader elaboration of your question. I was just looking to an elaboration.
Sorry, I'm here. I'm back.
You are there. Okay.
Wonderful.
Right. So,
excellent. Did you hear that question, Amjad? It was about the corridor. It was about the India, Middle East, Europe corridor, and whether expanding, actually building a grid across the corridor in order to integrate renewables more broadly in the region would be, the marginal cost of that would actually outweigh, would not outweigh the benefits.
Yeah.
It's a quiet and obvious response. I think it is going to kind of increase at scale because you are kind of, it's not only the transport, but also the other, amenities is going to be part and parcel of that, the whole thing. I don't have myself the details, but I'm envisioning that is going to be the case because it's all about trade and investments. And again, energy was part of the package, which I understand. So it's going to be an incredible, package that if it's done in a timely fashion, and obviously the regulatory, legal, all that has to be worked out. Let alone. I mean, let's be honest, because you're talking about different cultures, different economic models, different people. All has to be done in a timely fashion if we are to have that in a visionary way. So I have to say that it's a very good initiative. I'm very impressed with that. I'm really looking forward to see that being materialized soon.
Okay, yeah. I have a broader question for Abdullah and also for Sadek, because I was just looking to this map. It's an elaboration of the World Bank. It's on the potential of different countries of the world on photovoltaic solar energy. And as we can all imagine, actually Africa, South Africa, people like the Ethiopia and of course the Middle East have a potential which is 10 times bigger than UK for obvious reason. Plus you may have a better time with the permission as opposed to Italy, for instance. However, when it comes to electrification of the economy, you still again, these are International Energy Agency data, you get more or less than 10% of your total consumption of energy coming from electricity. So, yeah, the question again, since there is an obvious case to do it, so that Africa can even become, so it's a question also for you, a renewable superpower, no, sort of, but so why aren't you investing more on the distribution? Basically, this is the thing, and the technology, the storage, the grids, and everything that goes with that. It's a question.
Is that question to me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, again, like, you know, we as the International Renewable Energy Agency, our mandate has limitations. It's to promotion of all forms of renewable energy. But I know that we are equally concerned about the infrastructure, because if you look at the infrastructure, energy infrastructure was something that was meant with the fossil fuel industries. So if we are to increase at scale, it's inevitable again, like, you know, you have to invest on, you know, renewable based infrastructure, because otherwise you cannot really, you know, inject that at scale. So then you're talking about, I mean, you can, but then, you know, we're not kind of, you know, moving to the pace that we wanted, because there's no way that if you don't change the infrastructure to a more renewable, prosperous future, we will be, you know, moving a bit slower than we have envisioned. So if we really want to, you know, move at scale, at speed, that is something that we all have to invest in. Thank you.
And to add up, Qatar already have a target of doubling the 10%. Currently, it produced 10% of that from the solar power, and they're planning to double it in 6 years, which is a very also ambitious target. There is also other initiatives related to the waste to energy and other several initiatives that they are actively investment. Qatar stock market has recently put a framework for evaluating companies, and that put emphasis in environmental and sustainability factors that will be somehow part of the evaluation for these companies. So for the distribution, the storage, I think it's maybe will just take more time until Qatar invest in it, or if the technology was just faster and more cost effective, it's going to come.
Cliff?
Yeah, I mean, the infrastructure takes a lot of time and a lot of development, and this is why, you know, starting very early is crucial, and we need to know what kind of infrastructure we are building for. So if we think about lithium-based voltaic, we're not going to be able to electrify the whole globe with lithium. It's not going to be possible. So we have to think about what are the next waves of development, how we get those up to big scale, and thinking about the infrastructure for what it looks like 10 years later rather than doing it now. So that's a big set of calculations, and because it's got uncertainty, it creates uncertainty for investors, and it will require subsidy. It will require, and of course, you know, the Middle East has the money to do that in a way that many other countries don't.
It is an interesting question. I mean, that's sort of there is clearly an appetite in the Middle East to clean up their own act domestically. And we're seeing a lot of that. I mean, this is, you know, real money. There's billions, tens of billions of dollars are going into various initiatives for, you know, various types of green investment, from renewables to hydrogen to other things. Now, Saudi Arabia wants to build out an electric vehicle manufacturing base. So there is a lot going on domestically, but obviously, again, coming back to that thing which we need to keep in mind at the same time, is that it's all well and good that the region is trying to reduce its Scope 1 emissions. I think it is sort of a global responsibility to remove the Scope 3 emissions coming from that region. And I do wonder what the forces are that are going to make that happen. I mean, is it going to be something like the carbon border adjustment mechanism that we've just heard will come into effect in 2026 in Europe? Will it be a greater expansion of carbon prices, which now already cover nearly a quarter of global emissions, although I think the average price is something like $20, so not quite enough. Is it going to be technological change? So will just people switch to electric vehicles because they get cheaper and more efficient and cheaper to run than fossil fuel ones? Obviously, the big question is how to ensure that this transition happens more quickly rather than more slowly. But that is a global responsibility that I think the world is abdicating and has done for a while. Hopefully, by hosting the COP in Dubai, in part of the world which is seen as sort of responsible for a lot of the problems, fairly or unfairly, it is a place where actually the two sides can come to some sort of a productive agreement. Unfortunately, we are out of time, and I wouldn't want to stop all of you from fueling yourselves with lunch. The subject is obviously a huge one. Thank you very much to the participants in this panel. Thank you for the questions, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah, thanks to that panel. Thanks for listening attentively for all your questions. Now there is lunch, and lunch, I was told, is right across the street. So if you exit the castle, there's a restaurant right across the street. And we'll convene here again at 2 o'clock sharp. So you have 2 hours to have lunch, but be here in time. everyone. Welcome back from lunch. Something wrong? Oh, I need to take it. Okay, and I'll hand this to Philippe. No. Hello. Well, at least it had an effect. Yeah, please take your seats. I hope you had a nice lunch and enjoyed a nice stroll in the sunshine. Before I introduce the topic of the next panel and Pelita Clark, who will moderate it, who will chair it, my task is to tell you guys we won't have a coffee break later on. But good news is, because we are on a very tight schedule and we really need to be at the power plant in time and the bus, and you know how that works. Good news is, though, that the coffee will be available for everyone all the time. So if you feel the urgent need to step out, have a coffee, whatever, do it quietly without taking everyone else with you, because it's, as you know, it's always hard to get everyone back in at the conference like this. Yeah, now we are on plenary number 5 already. It's definitely going to be an exciting one, because I already said that this morning, this discussion about do we have the right indicators for measurement, measuring growth, measuring well-being. The discussion about that has been going on, and in fact for decades, but not much has changed. But maybe we have a chance that things will change at some point. And Pelita Clark of the Financial Times, the Financial Times, she's a business columnist, and she will introduce the panel that will discuss this really important question. Pelita, the stage is yours.
Thanks so much, Alexandra. I'm actually mic'd up, so that we can probably, yep, stick that there. Thank you so much. I'm very excited to be here today, because I'm going to be chairing a panel that's going to be looking at a question that I think is absolutely central to almost everything being discussed in climate change in my world, and I'm sure many other of your worlds. And that's really this question of the way in which companies and countries are under more pressure than ever before to do more on climate change, to really start to seriously address climate and environmental issues. But at the same time, they know that they cannot afford by any means to fail on 2 critical measures: GDP for countries, profits for companies. And so that's starting to really be seen to be a very highly problematic issue. It's not just a theoretical thing. You know, last year, 2022, just 5 Western oil companies managed to make record profits, more than $200 billion between themselves, just 5 companies, by producing a product that is putting the planet under growing threat. And so we know that these 2 measurements are no longer fit for purpose. What we don't quite know often is how to shift to alternative measures. So that's what we're going to be looking at today. I'd like to invite our panelists to come up and join me on the stage, if you could. We've got an excellently large number of panelists, so there's going to be no excuse for missing a single skerrick of debate on this question. I'm going to introduce everybody shortly, but first of all, I'm going to ask Professor Colin Mayer to give some introductory remarks. Professor Mayer comes from Oxford University. He's a leading figure in the debate on modern capitalism and the purpose of the corporation. He wrote a book in 2019 called Purpose, that the chief executive of Microsoft, Satya Nadella, said had changed the way that he thought about businesses in societies. So let's see if Professor Mayer can change any minds in this room today. Please join me in welcoming Professor Colin Mayer.
Okay, Pelita, thank you very much for that challenge. I think that there are 2 fundamental failures of our economic and accounting systems. The first is to measure income correctly, and the second is to measure profits correctly. That we're not measuring income correctly is evidenced by us reporting income where there is none. That we're not measuring profit correctly comes from observing that we're reporting profit where there isn't any of that as well. And to take an example of national income, we record income in national accounts for companies that put CO2 into the environment, and we record incomes for companies that take it out. We record income for companies that create diabetes from fast foods and beverages, and we record it for public and private health services and pharmaceuticals that treat diabetes. We record profits from companies that pollute the environment without incurring the costs of cleaning up the pollution. We record profits of companies that sell us addictive products such as cigarettes that make us sick without incurring the costs of health treatments that are needed to make us better. We're double counting income by recording it for activities that have no net or indeed a negative effect on our well-being. And we're misstating profits by reporting them where they do not exist because they do not include the costs of eradicating and mitigating the detriments and harms that they are inflicting on others. In other words, gross domestic product is a gross overstatement of true domestic product. And profits reported by companies are not profits at all in any meaningful sense. Not in the sense that the origin of the word profit, from the Latin proficarium profectus, means to progress and advance. Profits that are earned from polluting us and making us sick are derived from neither progress nor advancement. We know this, we understand it, and yet we do nothing about it. Why? Firstly, because that's the way we've done things for the past 80 years, and it's hard to change what one's got used to. Secondly, there's no clear alternative that is half as easy to measure. Third, it suits a lot of people who make a lot of money to keep things just as they are. So we go on living in a fantasy world where we believe that we can compare how well we are doing relative to yesterday, how well we are doing in relation to other countries and companies that are producing similarly meaningless information. What can and should we do about this? One possibility that is probably the favored approach is do nothing. It's all too difficult and uncertain, and we'll never get consensus on what to do instead. The second is what is termed total wealth accounting. That is, put a value on non-financial and material assets such as human, social, and natural capital. It's regarded as the new form of macroeconomic aggregate accounting. Likewise, impact-weighted accounts, which include estimates of the monetary impacts of companies on human, social, and natural assets, are proposed as the new form of corporate accounting. But there's no possibility of either of these replacing GDP or conventional profits. Firstly, putting prices on human, social, and natural capital and determining present values of their services is impossibly difficult and subjective. Second, services from human, social, and natural assets do not automatically translate into financial income and profit for individuals and investors. They create positive externalities that often cannot be monetized and therefore captured in either income or profit. So instead, the third approach is to keep measures of human, social, and natural assets in non-monetary, quantitative, and qualitative units, and not attempt to aggregate them together in a single monetary account. Instead, they form a dashboard of measures of solidarity, agency, gain, and the environment in what is termed the SAGE macroeconomic approach, and a balanced scorecard of human, social, and natural assets, or environmental, social, and governance ESG factors, alongside financial reporting in corporate reporting. These are incommensurate measures, as they are described, that are, as Ruth Chang has put it, on a par and require hard choices to be made about how to prioritize their conflicting impacts. These non-financial and non-monetary measures are not a substitute for GDP or profits. They are supplementary to, not substitutes for them, nor should they be. We can actually stick with simple measures of GDP and profit, provided we correct what's wrong with them. What's wrong with them is that GDP and profit do not account for the true costs of domestic or corporate production. They do not account for the costs of preventing, remedying, or offsetting detriment to human, social, natural, or environmental well-being. They do not, in other words, account for the costs of cleaning up the mess that is created in the process of producing positive benefits. The SAGE dashboard, the balanced scorecard, and ESG measures provide the basis for doing this. They record where there has been detriment to solidarity, agency, and the environment, or where human, social, and natural assets have deteriorated or failed to be maintained. We can then determine the cost of maintaining or restoring human, social, and natural assets, just as we determine maintenance and restoration costs of physical assets. The costs of carbon capture companies that take CO2 out of the environment, put there by polluting companies, and of pharmaceutical companies and health providers that remedy the ill effects of fast food, beverage, and cigarette companies' products are examples of that. That way, we immediately correct for the double counting of existing measures of GDP and corporate profits by subtracting off from the income and profit of the polluters and addictive product producers the income and profit of the carbon capture companies, pharmaceutical companies, and health providers. The most straightforward illustration of this is what is termed the e-liabilities, environmental liabilities approach, pioneered by Bob Kaplan and Kartik Ramana. They note that environmental liabilities of companies in a supply chain are precisely analogous to traditional value added of companies. Each company purchases products that have associated value added and e-liabilities associated with them. They add to their value added through their productive processes and to their e-liabilities through their CO2 emissions and other forms of pollution, both of which are in turn inherited by their purchasers. The costs of e-liabilities are the costs of eradication or offset through, for example, carbon capture. These are set against measures of income and profit. And something similar could be done for S liabilities, social liabilities. The monetary gain, the G of SAGE in a macroeconomic context, and the profit associated with a balanced scorecard and ESG in a corporate context are then precisely consistent with traditional measures adjusted for the true costs caused by national and corporate production. We do not, therefore, have to throw the baby out with the bathwater in cleaning up the mess created by conventional accounts. We can keep the simplicity of the baby without its mucky water by accounting not just for the true cost of the clean water, but also the removal of the muck the baby has put in it. The importance of this is not only its simplicity. Getting measures of GDP and profit right is both conceptually correct and practically possible. But more significantly, It's essential for the functioning of markets, the creation of social prosperity, and the prevention of polarized and populist politics. The failure to measure GDP and profits correctly have resulted in the collapse of markets, namely firms that create negative externalities, profiting at the expense of those who do not. It's resulted in the destruction of social prosperity, incentivizing activities that destroy rather than create human prosperity and flourishing. And it's resulted in polarized societies, the powerful and prosperous profiting and earning at the expense of the disadvantaged and deprived. And perhaps most significantly of all, for the first time, it becomes possible to create consistency between the macro and the micro. Approaches to national and international reporting, for example, the SAGE framework, and corporate reporting, for example, ESG, have developed largely independently of each other. Accounts at the micro firm and individual level should add up to the macro, national, and international level. But they will not if either corporate or national accounts do not reflect the true costs of rectifying detriments. For example, if corporate profits of the CO2 emitting company do not subtract the value added of the carbon capture company, but national accounts do, then the sum of micro firm profits will be greater than national income. And it's important that micro and macro accounts are consistent, because otherwise we create the double counting that I argued at the beginning has afflicted and undermined our measuring systems to date. This is in no way to relegate the importance of measuring solidarity, agency, and environmental sustainability, or human, social, and natural assets, or ESG in their own right. We must report on non-financial as well as financial measures, otherwise we do not capture the significance of human and natural world flourishing, social prosperity, and environmental sustainability. There's a moral basis to each of the components of SAGE. Communitarianism regarding solidarity, classical liberalism in relation to agency, and ecological ethics in environment. But we must also recognize the importance of aligning measures of financial gain, income, and profit with them. Otherwise, there's a disconnect and inconsistency between what individual agency, social solidarity, and environmental sustainability require to promote human, social, and natural world flourishing and well-being, and what we as individuals, communities, societies, corporations, and investors are financially incentivized to do. That conflict lies behind the mounting problems and crises we face today. It can and it must be addressed in a consistent fashion at both the micro firm and macro national levels. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Colin. That was an incredibly compelling set of ideas, I think, there. You've laid out a framework that personally, I can see exactly why Satya Nadella was so convinced by the book. We've got a terrific set of panelists here who are going to be able to dig down into some of these ideas in a bit more detail from a range of perspectives. To my immediate left, Andrea Bardaselli, who's the founder and chief executive of Strobilo, which is a data tech company that uses neuroscientific techniques to look at the relationship between humans and the environment. Petra Krylova is the Global Research Director at the Social Progress Imperative think tank. Dr. Chaitanya Giri is an Associate Professor in Environmental Studies at Flame University in India, where he looks at everything from analytical astrochemistry to using scientific methods to measure societal health. Giovanni Melandri is the president of the Human Foundation, which is a do and think tank that works on solving a wide variety of social problems. And finally, Judith Stroller is an assistant professor of sustainability governance at the University of St. Gallen in Switzerland. And she works on efforts to make sure that measurement systems do drive meaningful change. I'd like to ask each of you to just quickly tell me if you can think of any company or country that is taking the sorts of ideas that Colin's just outlined seriously. Judith, you work mostly with companies. which would you nominate, which would you identify as ones that are really seriously starting to think along the lines that Colin has just enumerated?
Yeah, thank you very much. So I think it's always difficult to put the finger on one, right? Because I do think best practice probably doesn't exist yet, but we do have some really interesting examples of good practice. And the ones that I've seen do a reasonable job at thinking through the ideas that Colin just put on the table are actually sometimes quite surprising companies. And some of them are perhaps more intuitive. So let me give you a couple of different examples, and then I'll tell you why. So one of the examples, a company that I've worked with for a couple of years now is Holcim. Holcim is a cement company in Switzerland, and being a cement company obviously has a huge problem with their emissions, right? Emissions are actually created in the creation of cement as a product, and there's actually no technological solution to this at this point. So Holcim has come up with sort of less carbon-intensive cement products, but there's also challenges around how do you actually enable affordable infrastructure, which cement is a key part of, and decarbonization at the same time. And so I think they've struggled with this for a long time, mainly also because they are very much within a very complex industrial ecosystem. So they're very much embedded in a long supply chain. They're dependent on their suppliers as well as their clients. And so the approach that they took was very much a problem-solving approach, which means they started measuring progress beyond their own organizational boundaries. By that, I mean that they really looked at the ecosystem to understand where are actually the inhibitors of decarbonization within the building supply chain, and what would have to happen in order to move that along. And so they created not just targets and measures for themselves, what they would have to do as an organization to achieve decarbonization, but they really looked at what the entire ecosystem would have to achieve and how they could help also other actors, clients, architects, engineers, etc., everyone that's in this ecosystem, what they would have to enable them to do in order to be able to decarbonize this supply chain. Now, granted, it's not like Holcim is a net zero company. They're still very much on their way. Certainly there's other things that they could do better, but I think that kind of approach, that kind of thinking through not just their own performance, but also the dependency of their performance on others is really quite interesting. And it actually also talks about allocating cost in a very different way, right? So very similar to what Colin just mentioned. This is just one example.
Yeah, and that's a really important point, I think, that you make, that that's a company that's looking not just at its own performance, it's looking at its entire sector, and it's trying to promote change within that entire sector, which I think is, as you say, quite rare. Anyone else got an example of a compelling company or country that they'd like to mention or that they think is worthy of mention? Giovanna?
No, I don't have an example, but I would like, for the sake of this conversation, to discuss what Colin just said, Professor, because I'm not sure I totally agree. So I think this is worthwhile saying it out loudly. First of all, also for my introduction, Human Foundation is involved in the ecosystem of impact investment since many years. Together with Cliff, we're working, and we just came, both of us, from the Global Impact Summit in Malaga some days ago. So, from what I heard, and for the sake of putting the conversation onwards, I would say two things. First, obviously, we all agree. GDP and GDP on a macroeconomic level. I'm an economist, by the way. My old teacher, Federico Caffè, was the man who in Italy introduced the concept of externalities. I mean, many decades ago. So we all agree. GDP and accounting are just, lying. Lying idols, I would say. They're still idols. Where I don't agree, Professor, is the way you, in a way, if I understood rightly, dismiss the idea of the potential, let's say, number two strategy, obviously. Number one strategy, just go on, business as usual is nobody's strategy around here. Number two strategy is put a value on non-financial assets and try and integrate non-financial with financial. Because being in this ecosystem since many, many years, I don't need to say how many years, 30 years in this ecosystem working on environmental externalities, etc. I frankly think that measure human and natural externalities non-financially and non-monetary, and putting that cost both on states and on enterprises, wherever you are, simply does not happen. Because this needs a lot of political consensus. So I personally think that the fact that the world is still grounded in the profit transparency model introduced in the 30s, and that it is generally still accepted as a form of accounting, methodologies, I think needs that shift. Needs to have impact-weighted accounting. Impact-weighted accounting as the landscape for the real revolution in changing the way capital assets are used. The other thing I want to say, just in this brief first round, is how we are looking at ESG. Because this is also one of the problems we've been discussing in Malaga last few days. ESG reporting is very often self-declaratory. It has no grounded comparability. You know, there are different models, Europe, the US. We are talking about something around $40 to $50 trillion in ESG, which is really not changing anything. And what we need is impact investment as an evolution of the willingness to incorporate value and externalities. So how do we do that? Because that's a big change. For me, one of the elephant in the rooms today, after we've been discussing this now for years, is exactly what we mean by ESG. I mean, do no harm approach, which is the ESG approach, even in the different areas of the world. I mean, Europe has introduced the taxonomy, the US, you saw what happened in the US as soon as the SEC tried to introduce a very, very mild regulation in terms of ESG. I think it's 18 states now suing the SEC.
I think it's actually more, but anyway.
Maybe even more. My counting isn't precise. But we don't have the time to wait for that to happen. So I personally think that all the exercises that are underway, the ISSB, it was referred to this before, so I don't want to go back to it, but you know, the IFRS, the ISSB, I mean, these are the processes that can be the landmark for market change. And this is what we need. Otherwise, it's going to be a corporate-to-corporate decisions. Yes, we can highlight the good corporations, the bad corporations, the ones that are doing it, the ones that are, you know, reasonably, that we don't need to convince, the convinced, but this is not the scale that we need.
Right. Well, good point. Colin, would you like to respond?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're violently agreeing, actually, because...
Oh, no.
Because what I'm saying is it's precisely the initiatives by the IFRS, the ISSB, that are needed to redefine what a profit is. And the way in which the ISSB has put it forward recently in terms of saying that companies must formulate their strategies, their systems, their processes, and their performance to demonstrate that they are identifying, measuring, monitoring, and meeting their sustainable opportunities and risks. That is exactly what is needed to shift the nature of the profit. So I think you and I are actually exactly on the same page.
But do you also agree, I don't want to take all the time, but do you also agree on the fact that at the end of the process, you need a monetary measure to be able to do that?
Yes, I'm saying...
Because what I understood from your...
No,
okay, good.
I
we totally agree.
all
right.
I was just saying the non-monetary measures are a key input into determining what a profit really is. So we want a monetary measure at the end of the day.
I need to disagree now because, so I think, yes, we need a monetary measure. But I don't think we need one monetary measure. And so the impact-weighted accounts, for example, same as others, make, in my opinion, a massive mistake when they propose that environmental negatives and social positives can be aggregated to one score. That is neither helpful for management and strategy, nor is it ethical. And so I think we really need to be very careful with that. So monetization, absolutely, but how is a big question. Right?
Let me just go over to this side of the panel. I want to ask Chaitanya, is this conversation slightly Western in your view? Is it, to what extent are countries in the global south and outside the US and Europe having similar conversations, companies and countries?
When Francesco asked me to be part of this session, I thought that he's trying to put me in a spot. I have nothing to do with economics or GDP. I don't understand much of it. But when I gather with great people like you all, I get to learn a lot. And in the past 1 year or so, when India was presiding over the G20, there was a great amount of discussion on beyond GDP measures. I believe there is a great scope of measuring profits, measuring economic progress in a variety of ways. Something that makes sense to economists, something that doesn't make sense to economists, which includes metrics that involve, environmental indices or planetary indices. We've more recently heard about the planetary boundaries getting breached. Now, where does the responsibility lie? The responsibility lies when such planetary boundaries are breached with boardrooms. It lies with the education sector as well that I come from. And when I hear all the talk, all the gas about beyond GDP, have we tried to develop a framework for measuring whatever alternatives that we are thinking of? One alternative that is coming out quite clearly is well-being index. Now, how do we precisely define well-being? So a well-being for a Zen master in Tibet is very much different from somebody who's having a nice swanky resort in Malibu, right? So well-being is quite, there's a major differential. How can we come to a consensus about what does well-being mean? So there are 3 or 4 consensus that we can come around, metrics that we can come around while defining well-being. One is making or lowering down vulnerabilities in the environment, lowering down vulnerabilities of life forms, flora, fauna, as well as human beings. That is number one. Number two is high health indices. And when I say health, I'm talking about new concepts, new definitions that are coming out in such think tank circles. And one is the One Health concept, where public health, animal and plant health, agricultural health, environmental health, all these are put together. So when you have these many metrics going around in a lot of academic circles, how do we combine all of these and start to make sense out of it? Especially when the decisions on economic progress, when they are taken, they're not necessarily taken by people from the economics background. they might be taken by somebody who's an illiterate national leader.
Yeah. Really interesting points, and I know Petra has been working on that, but just before I go to you, Petra, Andrea, you know, what is Strobolo doing to address some of the points that Chaitanya's just raised? Because I think that your group is actually trying to develop these sorts of standards and measurements.
Yeah, I think that the big elephant in the room is humans. That's because if everyone is agree with, you know, I think that no one wants the war, but the war has in the world. No one wants the pollution, but we have pollution, and so forth. So the reason why is why that happened, like the professor said. That's because humans are probably today completely involved into choices, and we know that. And to try to understand why we're taking some directions today is more important than speed. Everyone wants to rush, no? But the question is, where is our direction? Where are we going today? And I'm wondering to myself this question, often as an entrepreneur, as a father of two. That's because I look into the future. When you have kids and childs, no? The future has to come back to you quickly. And even for some companies to invest into ESG or sustainability seem to be counterintuitive. It's just a cost. No, it's just another cost to my company, to my everything. But we need to understand even the consequences of the pollution, even on ourselves, or the choices that we're taking today. And it reminds me of a study that we discussed probably this lunch with Giovanna about the PM. You know, everyone talk about the PM, and welcome to you guys into the most pollutant area into Europe, which is northern Italy, which is the black flag of Europe of PM. And we discover now...
You mean particulate matter.
Particulate matter, yes, the PM, sorry.
Yeah,
the particulate matters. When you
not that PM.
PM, no, not that kind of. But when you inhale PM, the PM goes into your bloody torrent and then passes a barrier that we have at the basic cranium here, which is called blood-brain barrier, and goes into your brain. This kind of situation causes neuroinflammatory stages. What does it mean? That going with the days, going with inhaling, you are starting to have neurocognitive and neurodegenerative diseases not related to your age. So you're not starting at 70, 75, or 80, but probably at 30, 35, or 40. So the question is, what is going to happen today? Our choices today are going to affect, in a larger scale, larger portion of the people that are going to live the world today. And isn't that a cost? Isn't that a big problem to us? It means that we need to face gigantic problems today, and probably we don't know, again, where is the bottom of the scale. That's because we are facing today this kind of situation, no? So our role as company, as a scientist, and so forth, is to study the relationship between environment and people, especially the brain, and why we decided this solution, and why we can nudge or push some kind of investment in the correct direction, especially saying to people, okay, if you take this decision, probably you're going to affect positively this kind of portion or region where people live, and the return of investment, which is now money back in your hands immediately, which is one of the hardest point to explain to the people, but we will have in 5 or 10 years' time again. So if we aren't able to convince humans with our gigantic biases to perceiving the world, we can take the correct choices today, and probably we must focus more on direction than speed.
Gosh, that's interesting. I mean, Petra, I know you've been working on some indices that could potentially take in the sorts of measurements that Andrea's talking about. And I wonder, and what I think is most interesting about your work is that it shows what the world could look like if this was already, or some elements of what Andrea's been talking about, and indeed Colin and Judith and Giovanna and Chaitanya, is if we were already in that world, what would it look like? So take it away.
Thank you very much. And I will start with a disclaimer, actually, that I am an optimist. And with this conference being about hope, I like to focus on the beacons of hope that I think we have plenty around the world. I will not talk about every single one of them because it would take us well into the next couple of days, and we don't have time for that. But I want to highlight a few of those, going back to your initial question, and actually starting from the other end of my presentation. Because what this slide shows is the application of the Social Progress Index all around the world by different stakeholders, governments, non-profits, businesses. If I were to highlight one particular case that I think is the success story or best case, best practice, the European Commission has adopted the Social Progress Index several years ago on the NUTS 2 level of regions, covering, back then the UK was still part of the EU, so we had 272 regions. Nowadays we have 240 regions. And this index is done by DG Regio on regular basis every 3 years. Now, why did this happen, or how did this happen, and how is the social progress different and useful tool for decision and policy making, offering a different perspective on the success and health of our societies? I will not focus on all of the design principles of the index and the methodology. I want to highlight one particular key design principle that really differentiates the index from all the other tools. And that is that the index only exclusively considers social and environmental indicators. Not because we would think, or we would like to advocate, that economic metrics are not important. And the index is actually meant to be a complement to economic indicators, not a replacement of economic indicators. But by unpacking the social and the economic, we can start to better understand the interlinkages and the causalities. And what this graph shows is the relationship between Social Progress Index and the very common economic performance metric, GDP per capita. And you see that there is a relationship, a positive one. But for every country, for every level of social progress, and for every level of GDP, economic performance, you find countries with vastly different performance on social progress. And let me highlight one country, Costa Rica, if you can find it in the scatter plots. If you look at Costa Rica's level of social progress and their GDP and compare that with the US, you see that Costa Rica is truly doing something different to achieve their social progress.
I'm afraid to ask you where Italy is.
A good point. Where is Italy? It's in with the EU, is it? All right.
Of course, European countries do tend to perform relatively well. Italy does perform relatively well. But being in Trento, I do have to say Trento is the best performing Italian region on the EU NUTS 2 region index. I will not go through the details of the index and bore you with the 60 indicators from secondary sources that we use. I want to demonstrate with this slide, where you see the structure, the framework of the index, that there is good news. We can measure social and environmental outcomes with secondary data that are publicly available. What this slide doesn't show is what we are not measuring. And I think that's a very important aspect, that sometimes we lose sight, being our heads down to what we are measuring. We're losing sight of the things that we are not yet measuring, and we ought to start measuring. Mental health, broader life satisfaction, and so on. The results of the most recent Social Progress Index, but everything can be found online. Since we are at a conference focusing on hope for climate, we have done recently research looking at the relationship between social progress and carbon. And we wanted to see how carbon efficient countries are in achieving, creating positive social outcomes. And that's why we created something we call the Just Transition Score, which looks at, essentially, calculates the ratio of consumption-based CO2 emissions per capita to the Social Progress Index. And what we see here is that it's not the usual suspects that perform at the very top. Costa Rica, once again, at the top, but other countries do have some ingredients to the recipe, how we can sustain societal well-being, the quality of life, while having as little as possible damage to the environment. We have data for the last 12 years, and we know that the world is becoming more carbon efficient with the social progress, but the change isn't happening fast enough.
So just going back to that previous slide, just so I understand this, that basically the high-ranking countries are able to achieve a high rate of social progress, but a relatively low rate of what, per capita carbon? What is it?
Yes,
okay.
Per capita carbon emissions.
Okay. So Colin, I mean, if more governments were to adopt a measurement like that, how helpful would it be, do you think?
Well, it is exactly what is required in terms of thinking what we're trying to do. So I think key to what lies behind this very interesting presentation is a notion that what we're really seeking to do is to solve problems. We're trying to solve social problems and we're trying to solve environmental problems. And both business and government are key to achieving that. And what this brings out is, well, you can actually measure the extent to which you're doing that, and you recognize there are trade-offs in the process of doing it between social and environmental objectives. And underpinning this is how do you actually achieve that? Okay? And given that we're operating in a system in which business is a key component, it is clearly critical to align business as well as government with achieving that. And that's where this notion of, well, okay, we know where we want to get to. How do we ensure that these are actually profitable solutions for both business and for governments around the world? And that's what we're really discussing.
Right, right. I'd like to throw it open to the floor. I think we've got some microphones scattered about, and if we don't, I can take some too. But gentleman in the third row, gentleman in the first row. Maybe we'll take just your question first, I think. Just the gentleman in the suit there, yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor, for this great introduction. I would like to make the following comment and question. I agree with you that measuring in natural units is good and could help us a lot to understand. But I think that the main focus should be on valuing ecosystem services. I mean, ecosystems are assets, and they generate flow of services which are useful to us. Some of them have markets. We can value them with market prices, either distorted, but we can. The most important of them are externalities, and they don't have markets. Markets are missing.
Yeah.
And this generates the externality. But we need to value these services for which there are no markets. And we should go to shadow pricing. There is all this discussion by people like Ken Arrow, Partha Dasgupta, the late Carl Johan Mahler. So I think this should be our focus. And at the end of the day, we should try to green the national product. I mean, you asked for an example of a country. I think that Denmark is very active in greening national accounts and trying to somehow to calculate the depreciation of natural assets, the value of the loss of stocks, damages from environmental services and so on.
Yeah, yeah. No, that's a good point about ecosystem services, quite a contentious point.
So I think that this is the key to understand and to form policies. Because as economists, we know that when we have externalities, our precious welfare theorems break down. So we need to do something about it. So this is my idea. And to finish saying that when we start talking about externalities, just for historical justice, we should not forget Arthur Pigou, the father.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anybody like to respond to that idea, Colin?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you in terms of valuing environmental social services. The point that I'm making is that that is very helpful in guiding policy and guiding practice by business and government. But one shouldn't confuse that with measuring what is accounted for in terms of the profits of companies. And I think you agree with that. Because, you know, however much we like the idea of a value associated with creating social prosperity, unless there is an income that's generated, you can't just dream up an income. Okay? You can't dream up an income. You have to find a way of generating that income. So as a way of incentivizing both governments and companies, I think you're absolutely right. But we need to make sure that we are accounting for things appropriately, because that's what's driving us in the wrong direction.
Giovanna?
Also, for the sake of not just discussing from a global north perspective, I would like to put this discussion in the landscape of what is happening today in terms of flows of finance, of assets under management flowing to the global north. Because I think that, flowing to the global south, sorry. Because I think that that's a main issue of concern. You know that maybe this is the only real index of deglobalizations that we're witnessing. Less than 2% of assets under management from the US to emerging markets, less than 4% of assets under management flowing to global south from the European Union. So, plus we know 4 trillion missing for the global development goals. So I want to go back to the issue of how do we manage to, given the unreliable reporting standards of ESG, I think we all agree with that, and given that the reporting of ESG is not the result, is not the solution, how do we increase massively on the capital markets flows of impact finance to the global south? I think that's a crucial issue. And you know, I think the social purpose index is an incredible positive exercise. It has to do with, it's a public policy exercise, okay? So the side we're not looking at, for my understanding, deeply enough, is the advancement of the assets under the quantity of assets under management going to impact investment. The startup or business that Strobilo was describing before, it's a typical enterprise for an impact fund. No ESG fund, just to connect dots, no ESG fund, do no harm fund would invest in that. I think, at least. Hopefully, I'm wrong. But what I see in that ecosystem is that in 10 years, Cliff, tell me if I'm wrong in the numbers, but in that ecosystem, now we are what? Around 2 trillion, more or less, of assets under management in impact investment, vis-a-vis the 50 trillions of unreliable, self-reported ESG. So how do we do that in terms of public policies? And there's carrots and sticks to do that. One thing, and I want to put this as a proposal for the climate conference in Trento, is unless we recognize impact investment, its additionality, its integrity, its measurability, its intentionality to optimize impact together with profit, unless we recognize that as an asset class and we treat it as an asset class, for example, with fiscal incentives. Why do we tax capital gains of a small impact fund that could invest in you, why do we tax those gains exactly in the same way we tax a hedge fund? So this is what I meant before by the need to go towards integrating accounting, because only doing so, I agree, not, but only in doing so, we can have a platform for public policy to have not only social purpose indexes and public policies of that kind, but to go deep into reorienting fiscal policies for impact funds.
Yeah, no, a very important point about fiscal policy needing to change in ways that I don't think any country actually anywhere has begun to look at. Some more questions in the front row. There's one. We can take a couple. We've got a couple of minutes left.
Yeah, we have a joint.
We have to fight over the microphone.
Is it a duet? I have a question for Professor Professor Meyer. How much of the accounting problem, both on the national income side and on the corporate side, would actually be solved with a proper taxing of the externalities? Because, I mean, you would sort of imagine that, it would certainly align incentives in a different way to what they're aligned now. But, it's very difficult to imagine a world in which some companies wouldn't be producing something that another company would be mopping up. And some of those things don't seem terribly, very malign. For instance, I just imagined the situation, if I break an arm cycling, is the bicycle producer responsible for the externality of the healthcare system which has to deal with my broken arm, right? So you can imagine a lot of situations and a lot of sort of complex interactions between producing one type of product and mopping up some sort of an adverse effect. So I think that's sort of inevitable in human society because we attach value to various things and not everybody agrees what is valuable. So how much of the problem would be solved with a proper taxing? Is there something in addition to proper taxing that your proposal would solve? Or is it just a practical question that it's very difficult to impose a proper tax on something like carbon?
Yeah, and if I can integrate your point, Jan, is that if we do such a thing, we may end up in having a taxation in Saudi Arabia much bigger than the one in Costa Rica. And so probably this would also give room to some sort of a global taxation system, which could even be the trigger to have a global governance of climate change, which is an elaboration of what Jan has just said. And some possibility to solve your problem to monetize, the environment externalities.
Mm. Yeah, we've got 34 seconds, if I can just...
I think we can have 1 minute, maybe, more.
Okay. The answer is absolutely yes, and the point you're making about taxation is critical. I think we are considerably underestimating the power of taxation to address issues in this area. And I'll give you an illustration of one area where I think we could quite simply reform our tax system. Corporation tax is a very powerful way of incentivizing companies. It's not a very powerful way of raising large amounts of revenue, but it is a very powerful way of incentivizing companies. And we can design corporation taxes so that they don't distort companies if we amend our current corporate tax system a bit. What we can use corporate tax for, though, is something much more powerful. Governments around the world are currently looking at, quote, excess profit taxes to try and fill their fiscal deficits. We could use an excess profit tax to essentially address major externality problems, taxing companies that are creating problems to provide means of subsidizing companies that are doing exactly what you're talking about in terms of addressing social problems around the world. Now that is something that would lend a substantial basis for what countries are doing on a very arbitrary basis at the moment, introducing windfall profit taxes on energy companies when they've got excess profits, on banks when they feel it appropriate to do so. Instead, we should think systematically about where are the failures occurring, where do we believe that companies are creating excess profits that are not justified profits, that should be subject to excess profit taxes, and where do we think that they are not being able to capture the benefits that they're creating, where it's justifiable to think about providing subsidies. So I think you're both absolutely right, and in fact, all three of you.
Unfortunately, we do have a lot of zeros, a lot of red zeros staring at us, telling us that it's time to finish. But thank you all very, very much. That was an incredibly stimulating discussion. I think you've raised some really important points. I guess in the end, it seems to me that taxation, fiscal policy is one of the big areas that I think probably, if I were to try to come up with one message, and also just the huge amount of data that is starting to be able to be available is incredibly important, and obviously we're just on the brink of seeing a huge amount more. So thank you very much to our excellent panel. That was super interesting.
Thank you for stimulating that debate. Yeah, no.
Thanks, everyone. While here some pictures are being taken, the next panel that is about intelligent infrastructure, there will be one contribution in Italian. So those of you who don't speak and understand Italian, there seems to be next to the coffee machine, there seems to be equipment that helps you out. Okay, most important time of the panel. Taking pictures here. Yeah, the next panel will be on intelligent infrastructure, really exciting about the mobility of the future, and Abdul Karim Aria from Al Jazeera will introduce the panelists. And this is Hugh, and are you mic'd up? Or you?
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to invite everyone in. They know themselves, so, and then we can introduce them in the panel. Thank you. No? Sit here.
C'era un coffee break.
There's a coffee break in between.
Ah, ok, beh, facciamo coffee break. Okay, so. No, I just forgot that it was a coffee break.
Because the lady said there is no coffee break.
No. Well, whatever.
It's up, I don't know.
Ok, facciamo un piccolo coffee break perché mi pare.
Well, before that she said there is no coffee break.
In realtà coffee break, yeah, just
Okay, it seems it has been cancelled. No, coffee break, and we will come back. Okay. Hello, everyone. If we can go back to our seats, we should start in a few seconds. I think the coffee break is over now. This is your PowerPoint, right? Is that yours? Okay. This is yours. Okay. Can we ask everyone to be seated, please? Yeah, I think they opened it here as well before. Yeah, this is yours. The other one is. You have it first, and then I will give it to you. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for everyone. One of the speakers here will be speaking in Italy, so if you don't understand Italy, please have the headphones for translation. Okay. Before we start, I would like to give the space for Mr. Ugu to start with his presentation. He have a few slides to show us, and then we can start with the questions. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you. Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. Ugo Govigli from Mundis. This session hints at the relevance of intelligent infrastructures, which means technology-equipped infrastructures, to support electric vehicles and autonomous vehicles. Now, I think that technology companies and infrastructure operators wouldn't spend a cent if it was just about self-driving vehicles and autonomous vehicles, because whatever they would do would probably be useful in years or decades from now, once we see autonomous vehicles on our roads. And so I don't think anybody would start such an endeavor with such a long time span ahead. But what I want to ask you, and what I want to ask let's say the panel here is, do you really believe that intelligent infrastructures are needed for self-driving vehicles, or is there a different need and a different value? And I'm not here to talk about technology or to present my company, right? I'm here to, let's say, talk about the value of intelligent infrastructures for reducing emissions and for, let's say, allowing a greener planet and a greener mobility. Now, why can I be here and talk to you about that? Because I work in a company called Mundis. It is an Italian company, and you see in the back the kind of the companies that we own, or where we have a majority stake. We all deal with mobility infrastructures. So we own major toll road operators around the world. We are the owner of two large airport systems in Italy and in France, so Aeroporti di Roma and Aeroporto della Côte d'Azur. We own probably the largest mobility payment service provider in the world, which is Italian Telepass. And we recently acquired a German-based company, which is a leader in intelligent transport system technology. So all the IT, communication, based infrastructures which are used to make our, let's say, concrete, asphalt, and steel infrastructure intelligent. Okay, so this is the observatory on which I am, and another level is the geography. So we have operations around all the world. Okay, so we work in, we are active in very developed countries and in developing countries. Okay, with, I would say, also a very significant size. Okay, so that's about the company. I don't want to bother you more with that. Now, if it was just for just about moving cars around or moving airplanes around, we would just need stripes of asphalt. We can also close the presentation. We would just need stripes of asphalt. If it was flying was just about lifting a aircraft or a flying object in the air and getting it down, we wouldn't need, let's say, large technology infrastructure to build air corridors. And probably we wouldn't need also huge airports around the world. But mobility is much more than that. Okay, I came today by train. I contributed to, let's say, coming here in a non-polluting way. And I came on a, let's say, high-speed train. And high-speed train can be high speed because there is an intelligent infrastructure behind. So it's not just having a track and a moving train on it. Okay, it's about IT. It's about cutting-edge telecommunication services. It's about sensors, and it's about data fusion. So these four features are, let's say, common to different kinds of intelligent infrastructures. And I want to drive you through a journey. And if you can start the first video, thank you. There's one example of first urban drone taxi service in Rome in the end of 24. And again, a drone is a drone. Some of you own a drone already. A small one. Just make it bigger. Sorry, it's not enough to start a mobility service. Okay? You need something which is called a vertical. Helicopter of the police, the helicopter of the Pope, and the helicopter of the President of the Italian Republic. These are the only, let's say, vehicles that are allowed to fly above the city. Now we are thinking to launch a service, commercial service, to, let's say, fly in 15 minutes from the airport to the city center. Now, if you dropped an apple from this flying taxi, it would act like a small bomb, okay? If it falls on the head of the wrong person. So, again, safety is fundamental. The other thing is a vertiport needs to have also some basic maintenance activity. So again, it's intelligent infrastructure. On top of that, you need to build the equivalent of these stripes of asphalt. Okay, this thing flies below 300 meters. It's a totally, let's say, anarchical airspace. So there is no rules. There's nothing like air corridors. We need to build the equivalent of the asphalt in the air, which is the air corridor. So this is one example of a new non-polluting way of moving people Today, manned, and I'm back to the initial point, are we talking about autonomous vehicles or not? This thing will have a pilot in the beginning. But the technology which is used to get it fly in a safe way is exactly the same technology that will be used once this object will be fully autonomous, okay? The same, and I would need a couple more minutes, if you launch the second video, please. The same is applicable to probably the most challenging environment for mobility, which is city, okay? City today is a mix of vehicles. We're talking mostly about mobility in a city is vehicle, pedestrians, bicycle, blue lights, motorbikes, and so on. So when we're talking about mobility, it's about safety in a city, it's about avoiding congestion, and it's about safeguarding, let's say, the actors of mobility in a city, which are, let's say, less resilient, which are the pedestrians and the cyclists. And today, technology already allows to prioritize traffic, to avoid congestion, to make sure that public transportation get priorities, blue lights, vehicles get priorities. And even, not just going so further, that you can select only, let me say, based on specific areas of the city, if you want to give priority to pedestrians when crossing an intersection, to bicycles or to cars. Okay? Now, is this applicable for electric vehicles? It could be. But is this something which today we cannot apply? This technology is actually being deployed by us in London today. And the fact that you have a driver in a car which looks at the traffic light, sees red light or green, or the fact that you have a self-driving vehicle which won't look at the traffic light, will get an equivalent signal via the telecommunication system saying you may now go and you should stop. So my message and conclusion is the technology that we use today for congestion increases safety, reducing pollution, and allowing a sustainable mobility is exactly the same technology that will be used. So we won't throw away anything, but we'll just enhance it. We will use once, and let me say, if and once, self-driving vehicles will be overused.
Before I move to you, Francesco, just one quick question. The technology you're talking about, the small helicopters, how long do you think until we can use it in London or in Rome?
Okay,
you mentioned Rome here.
Yeah, so let's say there's a number of companies that are developing and certifying these drones. So the technology or the company that we will have chosen to work with will start the service in Rome in the end of 2024. There are other, let's say, instances. Same will happen in Paris in 2024 for the Olympics.
So next year you will be able to...
End of next year, it's about, again, defining the airspace. And these objects, these drones, have to undergo the same certification of an Airbus A380. So as soon as it flies and carries people, same level of certification. Okay? Sure. And this is currently undergoing. Okay. But the technology is there. So it's very resilient.
It's a matter of timing.
It's a matter of timing and money.
And money.
Because you can imagine, and this is a huge investment. Yeah. And let's say returns will come over time. And this is the first wave of technology, right? Remember the first cars of the, let's say, 1986 years, right? So very simple, 30 kilometers per hour was like 300 kilometers per hour today. We are in this stage, it's just the beginning.
Okay. Francesco, you have some comments on that?
No, it's not comments. Karim, I was supposed to make a short introduction to the panel, but we'll do it now. I also want to say a couple of quote of organizational points. Number one, if you can also use your AirPods for the for headphones for the translation, because some of us will speak in Italian. Second organization point is that unfortunately we have Antonella and Antonella Galdi and Paolo Bonomo who cannot join our session, which makes this session a all-male session. I know that we are talking about cars, and when you talk about cars for some reason, I don't know.
Not our fault that
It's
the
like
ladies are here, right?
Antonella Galdi is Deputy General Secretary at the Association of Italian City Council, so it would have been very interesting to have her point of view on how can we transform Rome into a smart city, which will be really very, very, very challenging. And Paolo Bonomo wrote with me this paper, short paper, immediately before the conference on intelligent infrastructure. So just very, very, very few sort of introductory remarks of what are we talking about. In the car, no, we're talking about the car, was invented by a penniless German engineer called Karl Benz, in 1884. And that kind of invention is normally considered the beginning of the industrial era, in Europe. But in fact, that big innovation was made possible not by the invention itself of Karl Benz, but by a radical redesign of cities, cities, European cities at that time, American cities, were designed to host cars pulled by horses, so to host the new technology was necessary to completely redesign that, and that was a transition that had a huge cost. So I agree with Ugo that we need a lot of money, some time, but also we need the political capital to redesign a city. In a city like Rome, we still have the problem of taxi, which is one of the things that really makes me absolutely nuts, because we had the same problem when I was at the high school. We really need a strong political investment. But let me just give you some evidence on something which is going actually very, very, very quick. If we can have that slide. Here we are, okay. So this is, we said yesterday that overall the energy transition is not going as fast as we expected in the last 22 or 23 years. However, if we see to another big transition that we are talking about very much, again, cars, I mean, the transition is going actually very fast. If we consider just the last 5 years, so immediately after COVID and now, in 2018, diesel and petrol cars were more than 90% of the cars sold in Europe. Today, the pure electric cars in Europe are more than diesel, and the hybrid are more than petrol. So it is something that is happening very quickly. What do we need to go to the paradigm of flying cars? We're talking about flying cars, or at low level electricity, or medium level self-driving cars. We need completely new infrastructure. Yes. Of course, it's totally different, the highways, and Carlo Costa will certainly talk about how Autostrada del Brennero is equipping itself to actually, Autostrada del Brennero is already hosting self-driving trucks, you know? Cities will be completely different. But again, the problem that we are trying to make is that today, probably, as opposed to the time of Carl Benz, we are quicker to invent new products, but we have probably less political capital than Germany or France or USA at that time to really redesign the environment that will cost technologies. Having said that, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Doha, Beijing are completely different. You know, they are much quicker, and that's something that we need to.
Yeah, let me stop you here. Even now in Doha, for example, I have 2 cars in my house, right? One for me, one for my wife, or we keep changing. One of them is petrol, and the other one is hybrid. Now, even in Doha, which is the fuel is really cheap. Yani, I fill my tank, which is 100 liter, because I have a big car, with less than, what do you call it, 50 euro. But even with that, I bought another car to be hybrid. And I can see there is a lots of young people in the Gulf countries right now are using electric cars. Like Tesla is available now in Qatar, and people are using Tesla. So even in Qatar, people are moving forward toward electric cars. For that, and everyone is talking about the money and the money needed to work with this. I need to ask my first question to Mr. Carlo Costa. The money needed for this transformation. We always talking about taxes and the power of taxation and the power of taking money from people to provide them with better opportunity or better technology. But adding...
Fin quando pochi, e fra questi c'è Autobrennero, hanno immaginato di realizzare un modello di modificazione della mobilità in senso cooperativo, siamo andati avanti per decenni facendo sempre le stesse cose, perché in fondo sono cambiate un po' le macchine, ma l'ambito più individualista del mondo è l'ambito della mobilità, dove ognuno si muove col proprio veicolo, il grado di occupazione è assolutamente inaccettabile, ma ognuno si muove senza che gli altri veicoli abbiano nessuna contezza di quello che il singolo veicolo fa e senza che l'infrastruttura abbia informazioni sui veicoli. E questo è un fatto che ormai non ci permettiamo neppure quando andiamo al cinema, perché penso che tutti voi siete abituati, se dovete scegliere di andare al cinema, di utilizzare un'app e individuare se c'è un posto libero e prenotare. Questo avviene per il treno, per l'aereo, purtroppo non avviene ancora per le automobili, per i camion, per tutta la mobilità. E quindi io non credo che servirà porre in essere una nuova tassazione o creare delle ulteriori costi sulla gente, perché guardate, lo ripeto da qualche anno, il futuro non è costruire nuove strade, è utilizzare meglio quelle che ci sono, perché vedete, dal punto di vista fisico, se io penso, prima il collega ha detto che è arrivato in treno e ha utilizzato un'infrastruttura che ha un sedime di occupazione molto limitato, dove ci sono dei mezzi che sono composti da una motrice e da tanti vagoni che sono legati fra loro e sono collegati con gli altri mezzi, con l'infrastruttura. Questo è un sistema ordinato cooperativo. Quello della mobilità su gomma è un sistema assolutamente disordinato. E quindi l'investimento in tecnologie è un investimento assolutamente irrilevante rispetto ai processi di digitalizzazione della mobilità, perché ormai la rete, a differenza di quello che avviene per altre forme di digitalizzazione, dove rispetto alle telecomunicazioni la fibra ottica ha ancora da avere una diffusione su tutti i territori, le strade ci sono dappertutto, semplicemente le strade non acquisiscono dati e non regolano i processi dei veicoli. Quindi credetemi, il costo che ha immaginato Autobrennero per digitalizzare tutta l'infrastruttura, quindi 314 km, è un costo di di qualche centinaia di milioni di euro su 314 chilometri. Quindi un costo che, se paragonato a quello che oggi vorrebbe dire ricostruire l'autostrada del Brennero, è un costo che forse può essere immaginato in 30-40 volte meno. Quindi non ha una logica oggi sentir dire che è necessario fare nuove strade. Sì, dove non ci sono, ma dove ci sono le strade è sufficiente un tasso di utilizzo di diverso, perché sapete, vedere strade che in determinate ore del giorno sono intasate da non potersi muovere con la produzione di inquinanti che crea dei disastri ambientali, in altre ore sono assolutamente inutilizzate, strade che lo sono costantemente e strade che sono costantemente vuote, vuol dire che non esiste nessun processo di condivisione della mobilità. E guardate, non è un processo così difficile, perché oggi i mezzi sono dotati di apparati sensoristici, anche i mezzi ormai di classe media, non serve andare su mezzi di classe elevata, che sono in grado di rilevare e di dare informazioni in maniera ampia. Quello che manca è il sistema dell'infrastruttura che sia in grado di rilevarle queste informazioni, di trattarle, disaggregarle e in tempo reale di rimetterle in condizione. Faccio un esempio semplice. Qualche anno fa eravamo abituati a sentire, e questa è una digitalizzazione banale, a sentire le informazioni, anzi, ancora prima di sentire le informazioni sul traffico eravamo abituati a guardare le cartine. Quindi tutti noi siamo stati abituati, almeno quelli che non sono giovanissimi, a guardare le cartine. Poi abbiamo avuto qualche passaggio rapido dove si è immaginato che il GPS era una cosa straordinaria, vedevamo sulla macchina il movimento. Dopodiché l'inforadio, quindi sentire le previsioni del traffico, tutte cose assolutamente così banali e grezze, perché oggi è possibile avere un'informazione georeferenziata su ogni mezzo, è possibile utilizzare ogni mezzo per dare informazioni. Noi invece siamo sulla quasi totalità della rete internazionale con sistemi dove si utilizzano ancora i segnali a vista, si hanno le informazioni dalla radio su qualcosa che magari è riferito a qualcosa che sta a 500 km di distanza e con uno scarto temporale che non è accettabile. Abbiamo fatto una serie di test in progetti europei che abbiamo capitanato con successo, dove i mezzi sono stati in grado di assumere informazione a bordo, di dare informazione all'infrastruttura e di fare in modo che i singoli mezzi fossero in contatto fra loro, evitando problemi di interferenza e quindi garantendo maggior fluidità, minore inquinamento e soprattutto maggior sicurezza, perché questo è l'elemento più straordinario. E tutto questo è avvenuto in maniera abbastanza banale. Su Autobrennero negli ultimi, adesso questo progetto si è concluso 2 anni fa, ma nei 3 anni precedenti sono stati fatti 300.000 chilometri nel progetto Track Platooning, dove 4 mezzi pesanti hanno fatto 300.000 chilometri, dove il primo era il mezzo pilota e gli altri erano mezzi che seguivano il primo in maniera ordinata. Quindi questo è certamente il futuro della mobilità che cambierà la vita di tutti noi, ma sicuramente, tolto che io penso che quando si parla di transizione ecologica e di modello di mobilità sostenibile non è certo il costo, perché i costi indiretti sono straordinari, ma in questo caso, credetemi, costa enormemente meno digitalizzare le strade che farne di nuove. Grazie.
Thank you. I've been covering new technologies for a long time now, and a lot of these technologies we are talking about these days, it has been there for a very long time. The self-driving cars has been there for almost 15 years, the first self-driving cars done by Derba. So what do we need to do to have this technology on the streets tomorrow? Where is the problem? Is it with the governments? Is it with people mindset? What we need to change to start work to implement the infrastructure?
Guardi, lei ha detto bene, ognuno deve fare la propria parte. Chi costruisce macchine l'ha fatto tanto tempo fa, perché non è il problema nel mondo dell'automotive il gap di così, sviluppo del processo di digitalizzazione della mobilità, ma se lei immagina oggi di prendere un treno e di metterlo su un sedime dove non ci sono apparati, lei il treno fa meglio a tenerlo fermo perché non fa neanche 100 metri che si scontra con un altro treno o che non è comunque in grado di gestire il tutto. E l'alta velocità, l'alta capacità che vediamo giornalmente, e io non è che sia un fan del mondo della rotaia, io sono nato nel mondo autostradale e mi occupo di mobilità su gomma, però noi siamo abituati a prendere il treno, andiamo in stazione, adesso io spesso utilizzo l'alta velocità fra Bologna e Roma, ma io ogni 3 minuti vedo arrivare un treno. Vuol dire che su quel sedime assolutamente contenuto, mezzi che sono anche meno sofisticati delle automobili, perché oggettivamente il treno con tutto rispetto, ma sono meno sofisticati, sono in grado di garantire un passaggio ordinato e regolato, salvo, dico, condizioni che poi comunque sono molto meno impattanti dell'incidentalità della mobilità su gomma che non su rotaia. Però vi dico una cosa, quello che manca è la strutturazione e l'investimento sull'infrastruttura. Oggi le infrastrutture, a prescindere dalle chiacchiere, perché spesso si vede nei convegni teorizzare principi di digitalizzazione della mobilità, bisogna vederli. Autobrennero, per esempio, ha una struttura che è in grado di garantire lo scambio di informazioni fra veicolo e infrastrutture, fra veicolo e veicolo. Poi c'è un problema normativo, perché l'altro passaggio è che vanno uniformate in fretta le norme che consentono di testare e avere la presenza in contemporanea di mezzi a guida autonoma di vari livelli, perché sono vari i livelli che possono entrare in gioco, e mezzi a guida normale e canonica, quella a cui siamo abituati. Questo va ancora fatto, manca tutta la parte di armonizzazione del codice della strada che consenta di regolare queste cose. Oggi non si testa perché non vi è stato il coraggio di creare una condizione perché diventino laboratori le strade per fare questa cosa. Chi l'ha fatto per scelta autonoma, assumendosi delle responsabilità rispetto a delle ordinanze che sono al limite di quello che è concesso dal codice della strada e che comunque lasciano delle parti aperte. Quindi questo tipo di lavoro, che è un lavoro di indirizzo politico e di indirizzo giuridico, vanno prodotte in fretta, perché sennò chi mai testerà se non in un autodromo chiuso? Cioè, bisogna cominciare a testare sulle strade e a strutturare le strade per fare questo.
Thank you very much. I will move now to Michael. Michael, you are working on power and gas program. But before that, you have something to share, right? If we can have the clicker. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very... Yes, it is. So to go... Sorry, how do I change? Okay. So, sorry. The green one? Ah, this one. Sorry. I'm very... I loved your speech, Carlo Costa. So it's sometimes in infrastructure to be smart doesn't need to be overbuilt or big. And I will still elaborate on that because it doesn't necessarily need to be fast. So you see this picture. This is a ultra-fast shuttle train between Shanghai and the airport. It was is being a huge loss in terms of welfare. Why? Because when they tried to repay it with tickets, they failed totally. And now it is working at loss. Why? Because people didn't need to save 15 minutes. They probably need a good Wi-Fi, a frequent service, a relatively affordable service. Another example like this was the Concorde, you remember. It was developed by UK and France. No world airline never decided to actually buy any of those airliners except British Airways and Air France, which were captive. And it lost a lot of money. Why? Because maybe you don't want to pay 2,000 euros to spare 3 hours between London and New York if you lose your hearing and you don't have space and you can't work there. So sometimes we think that going faster it's something we need, while probably we don't. In the same way, we think that we need new lanes in freeways, while we need being more smart in using them. And this has a lot to do with climate change. So Mr. Costa did not mention that, but imagine how many tons of CO2 we would spare if we could avoid traffic jams in towns and in freeways and in motorways too. This is a personal picture. This is my daughter. One day, I was born in a small village in the north of Marche, and I live in Rome. So one day I decided with her, look, Chiara, why don't we go to visit Granddad by bike? So it's 300 kilometers, 3 days. It was really fun. But the only issue was crossing the Apennines, avoiding highways, because you will want to go through highways in a bike through two tunnels. So I discovered that the only way is using very old roads. The first who were conceived for motor transport 1 century ago. Those roads, most of them, are abandoned. Sometimes they belong to the municipalities who don't have the money to service them. And okay, now you see only my daughter, but that closed road, so against the law, there were a lot of bikers using that road because it was by far the nicest way to go between Umbria and Marche in a certain area. So then I used this in my blog. I spoke about that in the road, and they actually reopened them. They closed a few holes. But that's, again, we do have a historic infrastructure which is very convenient and interesting when it's about engaging the distributed beauty, value, culture of Italy. We have abandoned because underneath that road there is a new superstrada highway which is mostly empty, almost always empty. And I don't even want to know from the welfare point of view if it's being repaired in terms of welfare. I'm sure it is not. And some villages have been excluded by fast and convenient mobility because the new roads just skip villages because they mostly drive in tunnels. Last example, which is closer to my area of competence. What do we have on the left? You know what is that? What kind of plant? This is a power plant. A gas-fired power plant is a CCGT, combined gas-fired power plant. So that is, of course, is fired with gas, so it's damaging the climate. This is the way that kind of plant is the way we complement renewable in a power system like the Italian one. So you know that we already have 40% more or less of power from renewables, so hydro, wind, and solar with no emissions damaging the climate. But we need some technologies in order to counteract them, to complement them when you don't have sun or wind. We're still using those kind of plants, which require a huge infrastructure because there is the piping for the gas. Those are now recently being socialized in terms of costs. So we are paying them in a regulated way, not on a competitive way in our bills. Is that the only way we have to complement renewables? No, it's not. There are technologies much simpler, which already cost less and they are going to cost even less in the future, in order to, instead of having a centralized flexibility, so you switch on a big plant fired with natural gas when there is less wind, you can simply ask the people to reduce consumption. Why not? Can you reduce your consumption 5 minutes, 20 minutes? Is that feasible? Of course it is. You just need to install batteries in your place. You just need to connect your dishwater to a centralized dispatching IT system who will give your dishwasher the remote signal to just stand by for 10 minutes. And you don't, if you can do that with 10,000 dishwasher, you're not switching on a gas-fired plant, huge plant, okay? Is this possible? It is. Is it costly with respect to buying stranded assets in terms of transporting and burning gas? It is way competitive. We're not yet doing that enough. And this is, again, about smartness versus size and costs. That's all from my side.
Okay, thank you. Just before I go to Haytham, I have one more question for you, which is how new infrastructure of self-driving vehicles or airplanes will help reduce the emissions and taking us to emission-free as well.
Well, Mr. Costa has...
but that's closer to your point of expertise, so...
Well, I'll tell you something. When in my former job, I was a contributor of a project in Rome, which was the first actually in Italy, car sharing, micro car sharing, only powered by electricity. It was composed by those small Chinese-made yellow car. It was called Share and Go. You had also in Florence, Modena, and Milano, if I'm not mistaken. Was that potentially a killing application for Rome? Maybe not as much as flying vehicles. Yes, it was, but it failed. Why did it fail? Because it was just done by one private company, not having the ability to invest as much as becoming a deal breaker, a game changer. And at night it was very costly to recollect the exhausted car and charge them. But it was simply a matter of city organization, of culture about users, and in that case of size of investment. So also having a smart Rome, of course, to some extent it is a matter of infrastructure, but it is also a matter of regulation and, I would say, social contract. How do we want to use the communal space in a city? Probably a car sharing system with no emission is much better than having I don't know, hundreds of thousands of cars parked most of the time or jammed in the roads.
Okay, thank you very much. Haytham, you are coming from Qatar, and I know you are from a consulting company that work closely with the government there, with the transportation part of the government. What's how is okay, I lost the question. But yeah, having this technology now in Qatar, how does it affect a country which based more and more on petrol, and we have like cheap petrol there, and we don't need this as far as I can see it from an end user.
Thank you, Abdul Karim. Every country will have its own case. I want to comment generally on the transportation infrastructure and climate change. I want to go back to the basic questions. How the transportation system can contribute positively to the climate change. That's the main big question that we have. I don't see, I like technology, like computers and data and stuff, but I don't see that contributing much to the climate change challenge, honestly. Autonomous vehicles, if you have an autonomous vehicle that still produce emissions, you did not do anything. You just spend some time playing at the car. but you're not really reducing emissions. If you're talking about electric vehicle, yes, but also if electric vehicle become everywhere, you still did not reach the quality of life, because it's not only about pollution, it's also about noise, it's also about the quality of your infrastructure. So there are so many trends in the my main competencies in transportation planning. That's what we do, that's what we think, and we have done. I've done work in Qatar, in Canada, in US, in transportation planning and thinking in the future. The EV is a great progress, but it has to be also combined by two major other aspects. Not more cars, less cars, more active transportation, more mixed-use development and transit-oriented developments, less roads and pavement, and more cycling lanes, and more pedestrian sidewalks, and more encouragement to the active transportation, which doesn't need intelligence to do. It is not, the intelligent part is not a solution to the climate problem. It's maybe a solution for the safety problem, which I do work with, because we have 1.3 million people get killed every year on our roads. So it was driven more by the safety and saving people from collisions and accidents, not to save the environment. The intelligence part and the road safety and the autonomous vehicle, we also want to expand, and maybe other mobility trends that I think can contribute to the climate change is micro-mobility and e-scooters and electric bike. Not only the traditional bikes that we have, and investments in public transit, because public transit is much, much more efficient in terms of climate. So that's why I feel that the transportation ecosystem is changing. We don't yet know the solution. Even Uber and ride-hailing softwares not necessarily solve also the emission and the quality of life that we want. Because if you just keep vehicles riding and is this the community that you want to live in, where you see cars, and yes, you can pick your car quickly, but you still see roads filled with cars. Mainly the trend now is that the current transportation system has been built for vehicles, has not been built for people. And we want, if you want to encourage your climate change, your fight against climate change and your contribution positively to climate and sustainability, try to bring back people-oriented infrastructure, not vehicle-oriented or vehicle-focused infrastructure.
Haytham, let me stop you here. I have a few more questions, but the time is, they put the time in a very big red mark. So before I come to Italy, I was in Jordan, and while I was having the first meeting with Franco, I was driving my car in Jordan, and because in some countries, Jordan, one of them, if you go a little bit out of the capital, there is no road marks and there is no road signs, and you don't know the direction you are driving, if it's the right direction or no. So I was driving, and I was driving fast. I wanted to reach my the house very quickly, and I find myself in the wrong side of the road. And the lady in front of me, I can see her. She took her hand out from a window and she started waving for me. With this in mind, Mr. Ogo, this kind of problems we have in the developed countries, how yeah, I think we are talking about something about the future, and still, the basics of the roads and the basics of traffic climate in our countries is not. It's not sorted yet. Will this give a better chance for the underdeveloped countries to move faster and to pick faster when we are talking about completely new technology and completely a new cutting-edge technology are coming now?
So, as Francesco was saying, less developed countries have the opportunity to build from scratch an infrastructure and avoid the legacy limitations that we have.
Yep.
Okay. Then, let me make one example. Today we have the problem here of getting purified water in our home, okay? So we have all drinking water, but we have the nice filters we can filter nanoparticles, so we have like spring water in a water tub. So there are countries which, let's say, would drink any water if they had it, okay? People drink, so it's a different level of necessities. I disagree with Ethan. And I mean, I'm still answer your question, because technology is definitely about safety. But as long as technology is used to reduce congestion, congestion is pollution. And autonomous vehicles, again, if they and when they make it on roads in Europe, which let's say is a very complex environment, they will address what Carlos said before. The goal is to reduce the number of cars. Today, you use your car, let's say you're lucky, 5% of its, let's say, availability. So the goal is not to build more roads, but to make sure that the cars that are on our existing roads are used much more than they are today, because it's a waste. I mean, buying a car is a waste of money. Okay, it's probably the worst investment that you can make in your life by the time you use it. So, going back. There are some countries in which safety comes before, let's say, efficient use of roads, okay?
Yeah.
But still, technology is fundamental there, okay? But probably before technology, road marking would help as well in that case, okay? So again, it's back to basics. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I say one?
Oh, of course, yes.
That kind of perspective, by the way, Ugo, self-driving cars will become a sort of public transportation. Will be the replacement of basically taxi, the famous taxi that we are not able to reform here.
Taxi, bus, public transportation will be the first, because today they have dedicated lanes already, so you can separate from, let's say, the other traffic. Yeah, that's a reason why I would start with that.
Okay, we have 4 minutes left. So if we have any questions from the audience, anyone who would like to ask any question? Or did we cover everything? Yes.
So I was just wondering, the electric vehicles and the use of it, how is it basically helping the climate agenda? Because if the base load from the plants, which is, still fossil fuels, the emissions are happening somewhere. So until it is basically changed to renewables, and the feed is from renewables. So even though we are shifting to electric vehicles, I come from India, it would resolve a big problem in the cities with regards to pollution levels. So air quality is an issue there. But of course, it doesn't help solve the climate agenda until and unless you basically address the source, and the source from where the electricity is being generated.
Okay, who would like to comment on that? Okay, Haytham.
When I answer such a question, I would first build a base case. What is happening today in car manufacturers? Do you do it emission-free? No. So if we have two factories, one manufacturing a car that is not electric vehicle, and the other is, and that's the base case, and the other is manufacturing, and both still do emissions, but the life cycle assessment, which include the 10 years that the vehicle will be used for the EV will be much lower than the traditional cars. That is, I think, the case behind why it's still a good idea. I'm not saying there is no area of improvement, I think, for EV manufacturers, because I heard that argument in that if you want to help the environment, don't buy an electric bike now, because use your car as long as you can, and just buy it when you really, really need it. But don't replace your working, functional car with a new car, the EV, and you think that you're helping the environment because of that argument.
Okay. Any more questions? If no, we can close the session 1 minute earlier. Okay. Thank you very much for being with me. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Whoops, exactly. This is not working, is it? Yes, now. Final call of the day. We will have our last session now, final session of the day, and I'm aware that everyone here has been very attentive all day long, but now this is about the reform of Bretton Woods system. And, whoops, let me... Very easy. It's as easy as finding new economic indicators and everything, and Sarian Jones will moderate. Before the panelists move up here, we will go back to the hotel right afterwards, and we'll be leaving the hotel at 6:30. So if you're joining us on the visit of the power plant, 6:30 will be the call in the hotel. Also, tomorrow morning, we'll be at a different place again. So don't show up here, but go to the auditorium at the university, and you'll find that in your papers. Yeah, so who will?
Syrian? What is Syrian? Jones? Ah, here you are. Oh, hi. Hi, Syrian. Francesco. No, just one thing. Syrian, Pilita, Karim, please do then write some report on with some ideas that may have come, for instance, on how to reform the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, because this will be part of the manifesto. Also, Karim, you need to write something on the intelligent infrastructure.
Hello. Thank you so much for coming to the final session. It's only the third panel of the afternoon in a row, I know, and we're just talking about the tiny, tiny, tiny issue of world economic reform. So, on that note, we have wonderful panelists with us. If I can invite them all to join me now. Yeah, is that okay with everyone? Okay. Yes, I will introduce you when you're up here. We also have two panelists, I believe, joining us online. No, I don't think so, wherever you would like. Okay, let's get going. So, I will introduce our panelists in just a minute, but before we start the discussion, I'd like to invite Jayati Ghosh, who's one of our online attendees. She's a professor of economics at the University of Massachusetts, Amherst, to give a few introductory remarks and set the scene about where the Bretton Woods institutions are today, how various reform efforts are going, and what we can expect to be discussing over the next hour or so, 47 minutes.
Well, thank you so much for allowing me to join you, even if virtually. And this is really such an important topic, and it is such a huge topic, as you suggested, that I'm going to cut straight to the chase rather than spend time in terms of the generalities. And if you permit me, I'm also going to be quite frank about where we are. We are not in a good place. In fact, if one could say it clearly, we are in a terrible place, not only with regard to where we are with respect to climate finance, but also in terms of what the international financial institutions are doing relative to what they could do in the current situation. And there are a number of issues which really call for urgent and dramatic overhaul. But I'm not going to go into the larger systemic issues in terms of the reform of these institutions, the governance reforms, and so on. I know these are important, and it currently does not reflect the nature of the global economic order or any notion of equality. But I'm going to focus on the things we can do quickly and the things that are still not being done, because those are absolutely critical. Just in terms of climate finance, it is remarkable but true that we still don't have a definition of what climate finance is. And because of that, anything goes. Because of that, countries can claim that when they are funding chocolate shops across the region of Southeast Asia, which is what Italy has done, or they are funding a movie on the rights of Amazon dwellers in Brazil, that all of this also counts as climate finance. We really do need a globally accepted and proper definition of climate finance so that we can actually get a sense of what actually is being done. The second critical problem is that the current architecture is actually encouraging more and more low and middle income countries to push for the most ecologically degrading and damaging types of new investment. So we have around 70 countries in moderate or severe debt distress, probably more by now. And we have many other countries who are spending almost double on debt service than what they spend on all forms of health, education, and social protection put together. So this is a serious matter, and this is driving countries in their search for foreign exchange to look for the most extractive but quick revenue generating kinds of investment. So that many countries now in the developing world celebrate if they discover new fossil fuel reserves. I mean, this is certainly the case in countries like Chad, but a number of others. And this creates not just the wrong incentives, it creates pressures on countries to actually worsen the climate mitigation problem, even while we're getting tiny little dribbles of the so-called green investment coming into these countries, which is absolutely no match for all the massive pressures for increased fossil fuel investments. We have a sovereign debt mechanism today. Well, there isn't a sovereign debt mechanism. Okay, let me put it that way. And again, because of that, because of the implications of that severe debt distress, it means that even if you do provide climate finance, a lot of that, because essentially a lot of foreign exchange is fungible, we end up with much worse outcomes in terms of what needs to be done and what can be done in these countries. We have an inadequate role played by the development finance institutions. And here I'm including not just the World Bank, but all of the regional development banks that could play a much greater role. And certainly it's recognized that it has to be, public money has to be leveraged to get much more private money. But there are two major problems with this. One is that a significant part of the investment must necessarily be public in the first place, and we're not doing that level of investment. So we're not going to even attract the private investment unless we do the preliminary and essential public investment in long gestation period, high upfront investment, risky things which may not even generate private returns eventually and will definitely only generate social returns and therefore require public investment. We're not doing that. We are not even using the leverage powers of the multilateral development banks or the governments to put adequate conditions on private finance so that when we have the public-private partnerships, they work in a way that meets our social and planetary goals. So that's another critical failure. And finally, you know, basically our IFIs are failing on two counts. They're providing, in terms of the good stuff, the good finance they need to provide, it's too little, too late, too dribbling, and too inflexible. In terms of the bad finance, there's still too much of it. There's far too much direct and indirect and implicit subsidization of fossil fuels and other extremely adverse kinds of situations. And there's next to nothing on adaptation. Forget about loss and damage. Finally, I think what we need to recognize is that we can do many things quite quickly. We can ask for an immediate issue of special drawing rights of the IMF. It is possible now institutionally, and a $650 billion issue would not require approval of the US Congress, which has been the biggest stumbling block. We can eventually ask for selective issues of SDRs so that the money goes to countries that need it according to clear, transparent criteria, whether it is loss because of a major climate shock, or it is a major terms of trade shock, or it is extreme debt distress that cannot be resolved. So we could think of issues of SDRs, which are essentially nearly free money for many countries, to provide an immediate backstop. We need a global financial safety net. This is one of the ways of thinking to provide it. We obviously have to do much more immediate sovereign debt resolution. The current system is absolutely failing. We need to think of ways in which we can direct finance usefully and directly. The problem is urgent. It's no longer that we can carry on with a little bit of marginal incremental change. We really have to have a major dramatic increase. And talking about it is not good enough. We have been talking about it for at least 5 years. We have to go beyond talking about it to making sure that governments have the money, the resources, the fiscal space to undertake those kinds of dramatically large investments that would then push and kickstart private investments. There are many more things we can do, but I think I've perhaps outlined some of the major issues that need consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was incredibly comprehensive. Just before we jump into the discussion, just before we jump into the discussion, I'd like to introduce our panelists. So we have Barbara Kolm, who's the head of the Austrian Center for Economics and an ex-vice president of the Austrian Central Bank. We have Shamini Perez, who is an editor at the Institute for New Economic Thinking. We have Rohinton Medora, who is an ex-president of the Center for International Governance Innovation in Canada, where he's currently a distinguished fellow. And we have Eric Bergloff, who is the chief economist of the Asian Infrastructure and Investment Bank, one of the world's newest and most exciting development institutions. And online, Mariana Reis-Maria is joining us, who's a research fellow at the Economy of Francesco and a coordinator of the Institute of New Economics Thinking's Global Youth Program. So, lots to discuss. I was wondering, Eric, whether we could start. As someone who works day-to-day in a development institution, what do you make of various pushes for reforms in the international lending architecture?
Yes, and thank you for inviting me to this very stimulating seminar. So, you know, the title of this seminar is about hope and a new hope for climate and actions beyond words. And I think it's, you know, we got now a description here of a, you know, very pessimistic view of what the multilateral institutions are doing and what the potential they have. When we go back and look at when were these institutions created, I think they were created at times when we really had hope. They were created, you know, after the 2 world wars and a Great Depression, the World Bank. EBRD, where I used to work, was created, you know, after the fall of the Berlin Wall. And obviously, I mean, those expectations that were there at the time probably haven't been met in all regards. But I do think that for the first time in my lifetime, there is real hope that we can see reforms of these institutions. And so I come from a new institution, but I actually think that we can get much more out of the existing institutions, and we should really focus on that. I think creating new institutions, I'm not against it, I'm just thinking that given the urgency of what we need to achieve, we need to really think seriously about how we can reform these institutions. And I do see actually a lot of rays of hope there. And it really goes back to the report that came out now, I guess, 4 or 5 years ago, and the report on global financial governance that G20 delivered, and which sort of got some attention at the time, but then kind of died away. And then the Italian, actually, presidency of the G20 revived it. And a lot of the things that we are seeing now on the global stage are the result of that revival. So I think what that initial report was trying to do is to, let's say that we can look at the global financial system as a system and make it behave as a system. So think if we had across all the multilateral institutions the same standards for climate finance, for example, that was brought up here. We do actually have a common standard there, but it's not applied elsewhere. But so we have the same standards. We could think of all this as one balance sheet. It's basically the same owners in slightly different constellations, and the G20 is a very important part of that. If we could think of all that as one system, that would create a huge potential, because today, particularly the smaller institutions, the newer institutions, the regionally focused institutions, they trap a lot of capital. They cannot lend as much as they should be able to do, and they are also punished by the rating agencies. I'll come back to that in a moment. But even my own institution, which is a new institution, and we have a lot of capital, but the fact that we are new, so we don't have a credit record, we are regionally focused, Asia, even though we have investments elsewhere, we are still very dominant in terms of our orientation to Asia. We also have most of our activities, or our single largest client by some margin is India. So all that taken together means that it's very hard for us to lend, for example, to the poorest countries, because we are punished by credit rating agencies. And I think the hope that I see right now is that there is actually, for the first time, I see kind of some traction in this conversation with the credit rating agencies about giving really accurate attention and credit for the what you call the preferred creditor status, that these institutions, when things get tough, they have a preferred creditor status. That has always been the case, but it has not been valued sufficiently. The concentration measures are completely wrong for these kind of institutions. They don't have liquidity backstops, the things that normal banks have. They're punished for that. All those things we could easily solve, or not easily, but we could solve them, and that would create a lot of opportunities, I think. So I think we are making progress on all these things, and for the first time, I see that we have real traction for reform.
Thank you so much. Sharmini, I wanted to ask you whether you think that this current rate of progress is fast enough. And if it isn't, what can be done?
Thank you. Thank you, Sarian. I think, the world is burning and flooding all around us. So our planet is in crises, and there's very little urgency on the part of these institutions, the Bretton Woods institutions, as well as the UN agencies and institutions, in terms of acting rapidly enough. It's almost like they're preparing now for dealing with the consequences, not really mitigating and trying to alleviate the problem. So behind you, you will, over there, sorry, you'll see that the Potsdam Institute in Germany, which is German government-funded institute doing planetary studies, has said that we have already surpassed 6 of the 10 boundaries of the planet. And that graph there demonstrates the different boundaries we have surpassed. So all of the red zones you see there are ones we have already surpassed. So there is some disconnect between the agencies and institutions that are governing this world. Given the crisis we are facing, I would argue that they're not fit to govern, that we need dramatic reform of these institutions, but at the same time, we don't have the time to of course, some reforms could be done immediately, as the ones that Jyoti Ghosh has already suggested. But the level at which the reform and the depth at which the reform needs to take place, we actually don't even have time for that if we are going to seriously mitigate the problem we are facing. We are in a planetary emergency. Scientists after scientists, IPCC itself, an agency of the United Nations, who in 2007 got the Nobel Prize along with Al Gore to address this, to recognize the problem, to validate the problem, and to start drawing the kind of attention these institutions needed to pay attention to. That was the license almost for them to be taken seriously to address the problem. Nothing has happened, and I think we need to take the planetary urgency seriously, and I will later on raise some of the most immediate things that can be done.
Great, thank you. Sure to come back to you on that. Rohinton, I wanted to ask, there seem to be two main reforms, or two main strands of reforms when that Shamini was talking about. One strand makes what exists more effective. We hear the phrase that the World Bank needs to do more with less or more with the same quite a lot. And then the second, perhaps more radical, more ambitious, but much harder strand of reform is about putting more finance into the system. What's your perspective on how possible either of those two are, which one should be the priority? And the kind of overarching question of all of this is there currently enough international finance available and it's a matter of managing it? Or is it actually the case that we need a huge new push and a fresh injection?
Thanks for the question. I'd say that more finance is a necessary but not sufficient condition for success here. I'm very sympathetic to all the folks, including the meeting in Germany yesterday, who have pledged more. And the question I'd put to you is, where's this money coming from and what is its opportunity cost? I worry if this is not net new financing, but is simply countries rearranging their budgets in a way that less goes for refugees or whatever else, which is just as important, and more goes to climate and then on to the next summit. I also worry about how the money is being spent. And so here I come to my sort of points about the Bretton Woods system is, the Bretton Woods system, and Eric quite correctly described the antecedent, was effectively about bringing peace and prosperity to the world through economic integration. That's what drove the Marshall Plan, that's what drove the reconstruction of Japan and Europe, and eventually the global governance system that we saw. The IMF and the World Bank, therefore, are mainly about, if I could paraphrase, getting the prices right and getting the institutions right. Jyoti and others know a lot more about this, so I won't dwell on it. But I think on questions of getting the prices right and subsidizing fossil fuels and so on, credible people think that the bank and the fund could be doing a lot more to simply get the distortions out of the way, let alone actually adding finance. So if we simply got the distortions and the prices right, which we're not doing, finance becomes less of an issue. Then I'd move to another question where I don't think it's about finance, although it is about money. And that's to do with the innovation and IP system that we currently have. This is not a bank fund issue. I'd argue it's more a WTO issue, but it is part of the Bretton Woods system. And so I'd say the only way we're going to make headway on all this increased finance is if we're investing it, as Colin has also pointed out, having the right social and economic prices in our mind. There can only be one global price of carbon for this to work. You can't have 7 different prices based on 7 regional agreements. The way forward has to be a global border carbon adjustment mechanism. It's promising to see this happen in Europe, but that's not enough. The logical place for this is the WTO. Will it happen there? Who knows? But ask yourself, if it doesn't happen there, where is it going to happen? And if it doesn't happen, what's all this finance going to achieve? Second and final point on that, think about COVID, the biggest health crisis we've faced in a century. The COVID-19 vaccines were, as the New York Times called it, a vast debacle of inequity. We got the science right, we didn't get the governance of it right. And that's because the global community went in circles around TRIPS reform. We have an innovation and IP system that does not prioritize the rapid uptake of technologies that have positive externalities. That's true of health, it's true of climate change. And so I'd make the point here that we need a lot of sort of institutional creative thinking. The bank and the fund actually were lukewarm, if not hostile, to the proposal for the TRIPS waiver at the WTO. The Bretton Woods system was not even in sync on global priorities here. So finance, Karian, yes, but I think we need a lot more than finance. We actually need the institutions to be, if I might say, thinking straight.
On the topic of thinking straight, I was going to ask Barbara for a central banker's perspective on all of this. We often talk about SDRs, which are a unit of account that the IMF can allocate onto central banks' balance sheet as a kind of magic bullet or a magic money tree. They're very, very tricky to understand. And I was wondering what your perspective is on just allocating more and more. And secondarily to that as well, another thing that we also is a long way back in the past now, is that the gold standard and the fixed set of exchange rates was one of the Bretton Woods is effectively one of the first casualties of the system. How do you view financial stability going forward, and is there space for a new Bretton Woods?
Well, obviously there would be space for a new Bretton Woods. I fully agree to what has been said before, and I would like to do it less emotional, but come back to the very technical part of it. And thank you, Rohan, for bringing in the price levels that we need to put in place. I would like to draw your attention to the main task that the central banks have, financial stability and the macroeconomic stability. And it doesn't help if we just pour money or flood the system with money, but eventually, especially with the SDRs, and we have had this debate already in the 70s and in the 80s, if we pull too much of the SDRs, we will create inflation, or we will actually boost inflation. And, you know, having said that, we should also be very careful on which triggers we pull, because, you know, if we save the climate on the one hand, but destroy the economy on the other hand, and the markets, it doesn't help us either. So we have to do both in a very careful way, in a combined action. And to your question with regards to Bretton Woods, so it was not only the creation of IMF and the World Bank. And, you know, especially with the IMF, the balance of payments problems that many countries still face, especially in Latin America and other places that were saved. And during lunch break, we were discussing about Turkey, which was, you know, a big, in the end, success story, thanks to IMF and the help thereof. So this is definitely an important part. IMF, yes. World Bank, yes. Fixed exchange rate system, gone with the wind. Convertibility of currencies is also a different issue these days. We also need to look at, when it comes to modern financing and to modern tools, and it was already mentioned, CBDCs and other cryptos, blockchain tools that might be used if we reform the current systems. But I would also look into the stability of the entire financial system. We have created growth thanks to Bretton Woods, but the world is not the same as it was in 1944. And even after the break of the Bretton Woods system with the Nixon shock in 71, it was also a total different world. And it was mentioned before, the Global South was not actually taken into consideration back then. So this is why we need to redraw the things. But we have presented a paper at the last spring meeting, at IMF World Bank meeting in DC, and written by Governor Holzmann, where he was writing about the mandate and the task of IMF, because there have been very critical discussions, and I mean, Rogov, for example, was one of the most prominent ones in 2022 when he was asking especially about the drawing rights, whether this should be reallocated or whether we should redirect them. And so the idea was actually to whether we should stick to refocus on the core mandate with regards to the IMF, whether the IMF should not blur for broader SDGs, and while currently IMF has a problem with the countries, with the constituencies, you know, balance it out. Who do we give the money to? Who do we address it? Who is allowed to draw those special drawing rights? Which countries do we allocate this money to? And finally, and this I think the most important thing, this was all made to help the financial stability and in budget terms, but not in terms of for the nation states. So helping out, but it was not due to there to build new collaterals. And that is seen very critical with some people. I'm just pointing this out. No matter who, but this needs to be reconsidered. So finally, macroeconomic financial stability is truly important. And when it comes to who should be the people to help and finance climate, or fix the climate issues, it's not only the two big institutions that were just mentioned, but it's also the private sector that needs to be involved in that. And there, I think we can discuss something in the next round, where the private sector can help much faster and maybe even more efficient, because after all those institutions have to undergo certain rules and regulations. And if we do not follow those regulations and rules, we eventually will destroy them. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm for innovation and for changing and for advancing those institutions. But for example, Madame Georgieva was truly criticized when she was stepping forward and was creating a new climate change kind of department and focusing on that. And then the critical questions came up. Where does the money come from for those new team members? Who will pay that, etc.? Do we reallocate? Do we step back from our other mandates, etc.? And those things need to be carefully discussed. And again, the world is a new one. It was a different one than it was 80 years ago.
Thank you so much. I think you touched on a really interesting issue, which is at the heart of this debate, which is that despite how attractive it is that these institutions are global, ultimately they were made and have grown up in quite different circumstances than tackling the climate debate and thinking about how they need to change, or whether we even need new institutions in order to tackle the climate crisis, because it can be quite different to poverty alleviation, it can be quite different to macroeconomic stabilization, is an interesting one. Mariana, I'm aware that we have talked and talked and talked. It would be great to get your perspective on how you think these institutions are doing. I understand you work in Brazil at the moment, and whether you think that actually the path forward is new institutions and for Bretton Woods to take a step back and maybe seed ground to more climate-focused organizations with expertise, or whether you think actually there's potential left.
Thank you very much. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here. I would like to thank the organization Vision team and also YNET for the invitation. I'm very happy for being in such a wonderful panel. Well, maybe I'm going to come back for a more emotional perspective here. As a young scholar, I have just finished my PhD. I'm also part of many young movements like the Economy of Francesco, and also coordinator of the Sustainability Working Group of Young Scholars Initiative. That is also an initiative of the Institute for New Economic Thinking. And I can say that my generation and also younger generations are systematically losing faith in the institution of Bretton Woods. We have seen, as economists, I can say that we have seen the system being in crisis at least since the 80s. Here in the global south, in Brazil especially, but also many Latin American countries, we and the population here faced these institutions many times as a global system of rules that were not benefiting them. And now, as a young scholar and also activist, I can see that we are not making the transformations we need to do in the path we need to do. Charmin has wisely brought the planetary boundaries aspect approach that is very important for us to understand that we are not talking only about the temperature raising, but we are talking about a massive systematic change of our planet in many aspects. So we understand that we have to approach these and provide financial assets and financial flows for the countries to have the ability to deal with systematic crisis. So I'm very worried about actually the status of these institutions right now. I think that actually, to be honest, they have lost their the root values. So I think first we need to rescue the values that they were created for, the goals for what they were created for. And also we need to reform these institutions because now we are not in the 40s anymore, but we have a crisis. Actually, we are in a crisis. COVID-19 has shown us that we need to act collaboratively and together with all the countries, otherwise we cannot solve this type of crisis. But what I'm worried about is that climate change is much worse than we have faced it with COVID-19. So I think the issue here is how to rescue the values that this type of institutions have established in the 40s, but we also have to reform, to make new, to update the institutions, the mechanisms we have, the type of governance, how the decision-making process is done, because we have other types of goals to be activated. I'm not talking only about the climate change. Of course, it's the thematic of this table, but I'm also talking about the poverty, gender inequality, and so on. Education, health system access, and everything we have been facing as challenges in the last moments. So yes, as a young economist from the global south, I have been worried about this type of institutions. It's not by case that countries as Brazil, India, South Africa, and etc. have tried to arrange themselves in different types of institutions like the BRICS, because we really need to tackle these type of challenges that we are facing. So I'm sorry that to getting now out of the technical part, but I think that I still have this role of saying what this young generation of economists are thinking about the problems we are facing. And I think a question that I pose for the table is why are we not doing these reforms in the path we need? Why these are not happening? Because these type of reforms of these institutions should have already been done for like yesterday. So this is a question I pose for you, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Along with Mariana's question, I now would like to open to the floor. It'd be great to get any questions that people have. Yeah, over here.
Thank you. Shall I just speak?
Can everyone hear?
Yeah, I think for the video.
Oh.
Thank you. Barbara, if I can take this to you. I completely understand the instability that could be caused by rapid changes in the current system. However, we know in 7 to 10 years that instability will come at us with a catastrophic situation. Would it not be better to start now rather than to be forced later?
Well, thank you, Cliff. We should have started already in 1971 immediately, keeping up. I'm a big fan of the gold standard. Some people might not, but at least keep up the stability of the financial system. We have played around with a system way too long. We've kicked the can down the road. We are paying the price now for the EPP programs, for the PEP programs that we've put up, and finally inflation is there. And I just only want to make sure that people understand that all those things go in line together. And I totally agree, better yesterday than tomorrow.
JRT, did you want to chip in on that as well? Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to chip in on that, but also just in relation to what has been said, the two things that I just do want to highlight, and I think it came out a little bit, especially when Rohinton was talking about vaccines, that you know, we really are seeing in the world different strokes for different folks, or shall we say, different policies appropriate for different countries and for the globe. You know, the assets of just 4 major central banks, that is the US Fed, the ECB, the Bank of Japan, and the Central Bank of China, went up to 27 trillion. They increased by more than 21 trillion since 2010 to 2020. Just in the period between mid-2020 and the end of 2021, they went up by more than 10 trillion, okay? Compared to that, what is 650 billion in SDRs? Pathetic, right? And that's all that was available. Of that, only about 250 billion was available to the poorest, to the countries that needed it most. So seriously, are we saying that that's what is going to contribute to global inflation? When you can do that kind of dramatic liquidity increase without inflationary effects until 2021. Let's be clear about that. 8 years of this incredible liquidity increase without any inflationary effects. Subsequently, yes, because of the uncertainties created by the Ukraine war and the speculation, etc., we did get inflation. But it wasn't because of the liquidity increase over the previous years. And certainly 650 billion SDRs did not generate the liquidity. In terms of different strokes for different folks, you know, we have seen when certain things are seen to be systemically important, whether it is the what is it called? Silicon Valley Bank, Syndicate Bank in the US, or it is Credit Suisse in the US. Suddenly, nothing matters. You know, the previous rules, the previous promises, the regulatory framework, none of that matters. People will work over weekends and they will fix the problems. The debt problems of the most climate-impacted countries in the world will take more than 3 years to fix, and even then it won't happen because they're not seen as systemically important. I think there's a real problem in our assessing what the systems are. I don't know if this is technical or emotional. I think the two are very closely linked. I don't think we can get away with purely technocratic approaches to a subject which is deeply ridden by inequality. And you know, while I agree with Rohinton on almost everything, the issue of the global carbon price is a very problematic one, if only because, you know, a global carbon price, one price, works when we have a global per capita income, when we have a global wage. We don't. So we have to talk about the relative price of carbon to other types of energy in different countries, different regions. And that, I think we're all agreed, that we definitely have to make carbon, we have to disincentivize carbon use in every which way. The trouble with the CBAM or even the IRA, the way it works out, is that it assumes that there is, in fact, one per capita income. You're pretending it's a level playing field and applying tariffs which are really extremely adverse and problematic for a whole range of exporting countries who do not have the finance, technology, or fiscal space to make those necessary adjustments. So I think there's a problem in how we interpret this need for a global carbon price.
Great. Barbara, did you want to?
And I'm sure you will respond to the carbon price. With all due respect, we cannot compare apples with oranges. Silicon Valley Bank and Credit Suisse went bust because they did not price in the rise of interest rates. This was a major failure by the management on both sides, and it was also an oversight mistake, and this is something totally different. Of course, a financial tragedy, institutions stepped in, which I would not have bailed them out, and this is a total different cause. This doesn't have anything to do with the inflation driver that we see these days. I agree with you that on the amount of SDGs
I didn't link that with inflation. I didn't link that with inflation. I said that there are different strokes for different folks.
Okay,
good. That
and
countries in debt distress do not get the treatment of Silicon Valley Bank or Credit Suisse.
Okay, you are right.
That's a different point. That's a different
Silicon Valley people hopped on their jets, flew over to Washington, and made sure that certain people were bailed out. And that's not the way things should be done. And I agree with you that one could have used the money in a different way. One thing. Second thing, if we had the SDGs or the drawing rights would not create inflation to this amount, the inflation that we have seen that popped up all of a sudden, and Madame Lagarde said it was transitory, and it is not, and it will stay. It will be here to stay for a while. But the first sparks that we saw in 2017, 2018 actually, have their roots in the tremendous amount of money that has been printed ever since the GFC. And this took a long time, and this is why the balance sheets shot up. And this doesn't have anything to do with the recent indications that you mentioned. So we have to be on the play. We have to be clear about that as well. And there are 3 other reasons why we see inflations that just came up later. But these were the main reasons. And after all, interest rates, and this is something that we need to discuss here, especially when we talk about IMF and World Bank interactions in countries and nations and support. Eventually, if interest rates rise, this will also have implications for the entire system, and they will rise for at least for a couple of other, quarters, half a year at least in Europe.
Thank you very much. We have 5 minutes left, but we're into so much to discuss.
Yeah. Let me just quickly come in on differential pricing and relative to income. Jyoti, I'd rather see a global price for carbon with a sensible carbon border adjustment system, and then a system of aid, income-supported, income-geared aid to countries or groups within countries that require it. I'd rather not tinker with prices on carbon because the alternative just doesn't make sense to my little mind. Where I do think differential pricing should be used is with a breakthrough technology, be it a vaccine or be it solar storage, where I think if you use your economic rationale and think about positive spillover effects of a technology, it makes sense, as we did with the AIDS vaccine, to price it differentially across the world. Carbon isn't in that league.
Yes, so I come from an institution that is actually, I think, the only of these institutions that is controlled by the Global South. And the vaccine debacle, I think, was an incredible illustration of some of the very fundamental issues we are facing. And learning from that will be very important for many, way beyond the pandemic response. I actually have had the pleasure of many times interacting with the Young Scholars Initiative, and I do feel very deeply that urgency that and it was exactly because of that urgency that I said, we have to look at where can we get quick action, how can we, make sure that we respond as powerfully as possible. I think that will have to be reform of existing institutions. Yes, we can create new institutions, but again, I can say from my own institution, which is a new institution, that it takes a lot of time and there are a lot of things you have to do in the meantime. We are committed to have more than 50% climate finance, to triple our total climate finance by the end of this decade. But that's not going to be enough. We're going to need all institutions, and there are now some very credible ideas on the table. Let's focus on them. Let's come together behind those. There's, in terms of financial stability, which I think is a very real threat, I think the SDR emission has nothing to do with that, really. But what is much more worrying is that for all this climate finance now, particularly climate mitigation, but also climate adaptation, almost all of it is in dollars or some foreign currency. And there are now a number of very constructive proposals on the table for how we can make sure that we get much more of this in local currencies. And of course, coming from an infrastructure bank, all our revenues, or all the revenues of those projects that we finance, are more or less in local currency. So we really need to address that issue. And I think, again, we have some proposals on the table that could really transform this. And let's focus on trying to build coalitions around those existing reforms. And I mentioned some of them for the MDBs earlier. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are almost out of time. One last question from me, and Shamini also would come to you as well. What is one thing, what is your one long bucket list, the one thing that you think that the world can do to save the Bretton Woods institutions, or make them fit for purpose? Save them, make them fit for purpose. If you think we need to chuck the baby out with the bathwater and they all need to go and we need to make new ones as well, that can be your one thing. But what's your magic star, if we start with Shamini and then go?
I want to say that Mariana, Race Maria, and I, we were at the Climate Summit, which took place in New York alongside UNGA, as was Maya Groff and a few other people here. And I want to say that there was a great focus on the Global Futures Summit that the Secretary General of the UN has been calling for, which will take place next year. And this is really about forward-looking. It's about the future and our responsibility as people representing various institutions to safeguard and protect the future of the next generation. And with that mission, which I think is our most important mission at hand, one of the ways in my one wish is that if countries that are experiencing such great distress, for example, my own home country of Sri Lanka, which is going through a huge debt crisis at the moment, countries like Pakistan, who had such huge floods and incredible scenes coming out of there. We've seen the floods that occurred in Brazil, in Mariana's home country. I think one of the serious demands we should be making of these institutions is debt forgiveness, so that countries can re-gear their priorities in terms of adaptation and alleviation of CO2 levels from the atmosphere for the protection of our future.
Thank you. We are being flashed at quite aggressively, but does anyone else have just Brenton and Eric, your one things that you'd like?
One thing would be to make them all sing out of the same hymn book. Two examples would be to get their act together using Eco 101 principles on something like intellectual property, on which I've already spoken. The other might be these countries are still focused on these firms are still focused on countries as the client. And I'm very sympathetic to the folks who think that these institutions should be in the business of creating regional and global public goods. And that requires a tinker which then is across the board, not just climate, but I think we would be better off if they change their governance for that.
definitely debt levels are way too high in many of these emerging and developing countries. I think that is probably the most difficult problem and the one that's going to be most urgent problem and the most difficult problem to solve in the short term. But in terms of issues on the table, I would say also that this local currency issues is a very, very important issue and that we can do something about now. Thank you.
Barbara and then Jyoti.
Reason.
Okay, that was Jyoti and Mariana.
Thanks so much. Yeah, following from what Mariana and someone in the audience, I think, mentioned, we are going to face instability, massive insecurity, et cetera, anyway, within a few years. In fact, many countries are already facing it. So the urgency requires institutions that can provide immediate and flexible crisis response. So my wish for the reform of the IMF, the first priority, it's not the only one, the first priority is immediate and flexible crisis response that includes debt relief and liquidity access without conditions in certain, based on certain criteria, such as the ones that I've already mentioned. And this is something that can be done. It doesn't require much change in the memorandum of agreement. And it was really what the IMF was set up for.
Thank you. And Mariana?
Yes, I'd like to thank you again for this opportunity, but I think that you have already said, especially Professor Gosh, a lot of what I wanted to say. But I just wanted to, I was mentioned in the case of like building new institutions from scratch. I know that it will be like very difficult, but I understand that we have to reform our institutions to these goals that we have, and this is really need to be now because we are going out of time, and this is something that our generation, younger generations are worried about. So to rescue the values that these institutions were created for, and also let's think about the huge challenge that we have with the planetary boundary. And so giving the developing countries, the global south, the space to have the ability to invest in adaptation and also like new infrastructures to deal with climate change. This is the message I wanted to leave. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are definitely out of time. I think if there's one thing we've taken from this, it's that this issue is so hard to grasp and so enormously large and very important. But thank you to all the panelists for joining me, and thank you to you guys for listening and for sticking with 3 panels and still being awake.